Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Alrighty. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I was just talking to Mrs. R.A., admiring yet another batch of amazing wheat bread that she just popped out of the oven. That is just absolutely smells delicious. And I was sort of hoping that she was going to walk away and I was going to get to steal a slice while it was still piping hot. But she was guarding it rather closely, so I'll have to try to get one a little bit later. But yeah, it's lunch was short for some reason. And it's going to be even shorter for Adam Nuske, who immediately at the beginning of lunch came into chat and just owned it. Came in with a first on chat, and with that first, Adam, you have won the internet, and everything IP related is now yours. So congratulations on that. It looks like you're up for the challenge today. So I'm super excited, Adam. I think you're going to do a great job. Thank you for being here. Thanks for breaking the ice, letting everybody else in to chat, letting them know the water's fine. Come on in, everyone. It's safe to chat now. There's no penalty attached to being first in chat or to being second or third in chat, since Adam's taken that on himself. Thank you, Adam. Let's see. We've got court coming back here in just a bit. Let's see. Let's go. Stop. Play. Okay, we've got that. We've got our live stream in the courthouse. I did see the clerk was popping around just a little bit. Saw her head bobbing around in the screen briefly. It looks like she's gone now. I'm a little bit bugged that the bottom left-hand corner of the picture has a bit of that the black cloth that is wrapping the camera tripod that sits next to the judge. Could they not just zoom in or pan up a little bit? I don't know. That's my OCD, but neither here nor there. We'll watch that. The audio's on. We'll hear it when it happens out of the courtroom. And we're all set up there. I have a ton of pet pictures that I was not able to get up this morning. I was just trying to reply. I do try to reply to pretty much everybody I can on the burner phone. I was going through, and I've got so many pet pictures that came in this morning. I think I missed several from last night as well. I'll have to do another pet roll call at some point. So if for some reason you did not see your pet that you had submitted, I don't want all the same pictures again. Okay, I don't want all the same pictures again. But if there was a picture that you, for some reason, didn't go through, or you didn't see not that you missed it, because I think you can watch it in the replay. Is that what I'm saying? I don't want everyone to send all their same pet pictures in again. But if there are other people that for some reason were not able to get the pet picture in yesterday, we'll probably do one again tomorrow, just briefly, just to catch the rest. I know there were some on the email that I'd missed. There's some on the burner phone. So anyway, thank you for that. We got 107 pet pictures. I guess 109, I think, was the total count we got in during the last stream. Most of during the Claim Your Pet segment we did at the beginning. So I think we'll do a little bit more tomorrow, just so I can get hopefully get all the ones that I missed, and I do apologize for those. That was my fault. I don't have a good process for taking them from the burner phone onto the iPad that has to show them on the display. So I'll try to tighten that up a little bit and won't lose any more. Golden Mom, Kathy, Adam, you're here. Denise, DMB, it still says part 1 on the video. Thank you. Wait for it. It's going to say part 2 in just a second. Done. It's fixed now. Check it again, DMB. I think that was your mistake. Not just kidding. That was me. Thank you for catching that for me. This is part 2 of part 1, says Adam. Appreciate the out you give me there, Adam. That was my mistake. Cans fam is here. My Wi-Fi is so slow, I'll never win the internet. It'll happen. It'll happen one day. I will say it's easier to win the internet on the spontaneous live streams if you have a notification on. Because everyone knows that we go live at 9 a.m. and we'll be live right after lunch. And those times it's highly competitive. The numbers jump really fast as soon as the post goes up. But if there's like a police chase somewhere, if you have a police chase notification app and you get a notification, I would start watching for the YouTube ad notifications for me, especially if I'm not live streaming at the time, because there's a just good chance I'll pop on there. And that's a good chance to win the internet there, because nobody's expecting it. No one's expecting the Spanish Inquisition, right? CG in Texas, I'm not sure where that movie quote just came from. It popped into my head. Yo, Lunch Crew, I'm going to be searching on Discord to answer several questions I have, so we'll be in and out. Sounds good, CG. Loads of information over there. Big thanks to Amber, by the way, if she's here. She provided a couple really good timeline charts that sort of spelled it out for us as far as what's happened in what order. I guess I can be big on the screen, can't I? There we go. Do I have any food on my face from lunch? Had a salad today. It was delicious. Let's see. Anyway, Amber provided a couple really good timelines that we shared on the last stream just to go over the events that happened in the Murdaugh family history over the past 10 years or so, mostly related to financial events and some of the deaths in that circle. So we went over a lot of that and also went over the timelines from the vehicles and the cell phones and sort of put that all together on one chart. Amber did a great job with that. Big shout out to her. I've asked her to post in chat like a PayPal or a Venmo or something like that for her, because there were a couple of people that are asking to maybe just throw a couple bucks her way as a thank you. She would definitely appreciate it. She sure put in the work and deserves it. So if you see that, please go ahead and shout it out so everyone knows that that's available. Just give her a big thank you that way. Who else do we have here? Mac, Denise, Toxic Orchid. Good to have you here. Discord is popping. Now. Thanks, Toxic. Adam's here. Kevin, Abby in the UK. Golden Mom, y'all, have they even discussed text between Alex and Maggie in detail? Not to the extent that I would like, for sure, Golden Mom. Especially, I'd like to have some answers as to why he deleted these texts. I want somebody to really spell that out. I was hoping that the Verizon guy would say there's no way for those to not be on his phone unless he manually went in and deleted them. And I think he said something to that effect, but it wasn't really emphasized to the jury the way I would have liked. Little warning: I've switched to the pink mug today. For those of you who are keeping score, I'm now on the pink True Crime Addict mug, and this is your ASMR warning. So if you want to turn the volume down for a minute or up, depending on how you like it. I'm going to fill my mug. We're going to need some water. And just like that, we're ready to go. Let's see. I will mind the laptop. I know that comment's in there somewhere. Thanks, Katrina. Let's see. Abby UK's here. Kevin, Kathy, Adam Ritz, Samantha Terry, MCAT, Canes fan, Kelly Havesto, TW is present. See, look, you've got new emojis, says Samantha Terry. I still owe you a few emojis, you guys. There are some I need to do. I think somebody suggested a hug emoji or something like that. We'll have to figure out. I think there is one already. I'm just not sure if we want a better one or a different one. Marie, MCAT, Samantha Terry, TW. My iPad is overheating. It's 38 degrees Celsius today, so it's resting. Yeah, some electronics don't like to get hot. This one I have on my desk right here next to me is one of them, this switcher. And it's some of these the plugs themselves, they're like 3 inches long because they actually have components inside that convert the signal. And this machine has 8, I think, scalers. So it basically takes the video and retimes it so it all matches up properly. And so it can get a little hot depending on what I'm sending into it. But It has not turned off in weeks. I keep it running because when I turn it off, I have to reset a lot of things, and it's easier to keep it on. So, let's see. Tracy is here. Adam 6 Volt, TW, Samantha Terry, O-Town Chill. Did I miss anything good this morning? I had a ton of meetings and missed it. You missed the pet roll call. That's the first thing you missed. You also missed a lot of the cross of Chris Wilson. A little redirect and things like that. I think he's still on the stand. I don't think they finished with him quite yet. But Chris Wilson was the good friend of Alex Murdaugh. He's the green shirt. If you remember the video from the birthday party, he was the green shirt that we heard about. And all this testimony, if you think, why is he up here again? Why is he back on the stand? Because we have heard from him, and it sounds like we've heard from him like 3 times. Well, that's because we heard from him during the 404B hearing when the judge wanted to see if this evidence was admissible in court. We listened to it for a couple days, and he was part of that, and the judge said, yes, it's admissible. Well, during the 404B hearing, let's see, it looks like Alex coming back from his little lunch break, going back into the courtroom. But anyway, so we heard from him during the hearing, and we heard from the prosecution question him, and then the defense, they sort of questioned him along the same lines, so it sounds like a repeat of everything. So we heard from him twice, basically the same testimony. And now we hear from him live in front of the jury. The prosecution's questioned him, and now the defense is asking some of those same questions. So it seems like we've heard from him 4 times, which we have. Hopefully soon we're going to be done with Chris Wilson. If we're not already, he may be done. And we can move on to another person. I don't remember. Don't remember if he was done there. Okay, so Weather Watch, Vixen, you are here. Hopefully, Vixen, I made you a mod so you can link your PayPal if it's or your PayPal or Venmo or whatever it is, whichever one you have. I put it up there. I know there are a couple people who just wanted to say show you a little thank you that way for putting together this great stuff that sort of puts everything together in our head for the timelines. Let's see, who did I miss as far as roll call? Renee. It's Marissa, Old Dude, TW, On a Globe. Rich, good to have you here, and thanks for the emails. I've got 2 of Rich's dogs to show that I showed last time. We'll probably include those in the next ones as well because one of them is wearing a tie. Let's see, 6 Volt Bus got some apple trees out back, just circled up with old snow fence to deter the deer from browsing the buds off. Yeah, deer like apple tree buds. They also like the apples, which is funny because if they'd wait just until later in the season, they'd get a lot more out of the tree than just the bud. They'd get the whole apple, and they love those apples on the ground. Christy Busby is here. I see you, TW. Maui Gal, Mutt, greetings from the Gavel Hounds. Good to have you, Gavel Hounds. Let's see, you got to love seeing all the weather talk in chat. I'm not a camel. You guys are so good. You guys are so good during the testimony. We had all these commands turned on, and nobody messed with them. I didn't have to run in and shut them off because someone was being a troll or something. So that was awesome. March 13 is here. It's 2. Shut up and sit down. Adam's in charge of the internet and the chat room, apparently. He's putting everybody in their place. NC Southern Girl is here. WV, Dutch Girl. Seat, not late now.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should. Let's see. I am late, Denise. I'll go ahead and type it in chat here now just so I can preserve it for the record. There we go. Linda Hill, Dutch Girl, Carly 196, Tracy, Canes fan, Cachette. When can we look into getting cushions for the members of the bench? My butt is starting to hurt. Well, it depends which member you are, because I think the jury gets padded seats and the attorneys get like full leather chairs, if I remember correctly. Oh man, this is some days in court. You wonder how these guys do it. You look out of the jury in the gallery, and these people are sitting there for hours. I mean, I know I'm on a padded seat. Probably most of you are on some sort of padded seat as well when you're watching this, or even laying down. Taking it easy. Just kick back, taking it easy. There's my sound effect for that one.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yeah. Dilly Pickles, Picky, you're here as well. Kelly, Tracy, KX Star, Rainbow Light, Cachette, Myra. Thank you for the, I think, Myra, you sent me that meme for the cat meme. Thanks. We showed that right at the end of the last one. Kathy's here. MCat, Rowdy. Oh, judge is back
There's a
already.
lawsuit.
Holy cow. Okay, I'll have to silently take roll. Eric, you're here. I fixed it. It says part 2 now.
Anything before the jury comes in? Yes, sir.
Please, court, Your Honor. Mr. Waters has informed me that he is going to call a young man named Satterfield, who was one of the heirs of the Satterfield estate. Allegation is that Mr. Murdaugh converted those proceeds as like all the other conversions we've heard about.
Converted.
The difference is
Converted the proceeds.
in this case, he is the victim, and you know, Mr. Waters used the term gilding the lily the other day. And he told us it meant piling on. Under the 403 analysis, and again, this is being allowed for the limited purpose of motive. We believe and would submit to the court that this is more prejudicial than it is probative. They've got records they put in of millions of dollars of theft, and you know, we would offer that if he has some summary chart, or we would, pursuant to our previous objections, stipulate to it as to the loss involved in this case for purposes.
They would stipulate because this
what
hurts
Your Honor's already allowed.
his image so badly.
Obviously, that stipulation be subject to our previous objections.
You've got a guy who looks like a teenager.
Witnesses who are victims that add nothing to the evidence that Your Honor's allowed, and we would, under Rule 403, object to the prejudicial being more.
Creighton's got a good defense here. He's not going to let this fly.
The prejudicials outweighed by any probative value.
No, yes, sir. Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, again,
coming
Mr.
in for
Satterfield testified in camera. There has already been testimony admitted again about him stealing through the fake forge from his clients, stealing from his law firm. But this is something different. This is where a situation where he was actually a civil defendant and still managed to misappropriate that money as well. And additionally, the amount of money is extremely significant. It's millions of dollars. And the other thing about this is that, as you heard from Mr. Satterfield, you know, the fact of this being out there was kind of percolating out in the world, and he had conversations with Mr. Murdaugh as time was approaching, and Mr. Murdaugh's telling him, oh, everything's okay with the case and all the rest of it, when the money had long been misappropriated and spent by Mr. Murdaugh. So this is a different type, and it also has a connection with the overriding situation that Mr. Murdaugh found himself in. And so we believe that it still is fair game and is not its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
What is the timeline with regard to Satterfield?
So Mr. Satterfield, as far as the communications with the defendant, the money actually, the first settlement I believe was misappropriated not long after the boat case in March of 19. This is actually another aspect that's going on as well. There's been testimony about how the boat case changed things and created some very significant difficulties for the defendant that was coming to a head at that time. The subsequent recovery, which was much larger, of about $3.8 million, was at some point after that. However, there are, in fact, communications, and you heard from Mr. Satterfield, there are communications, text messages, which I provided to the defense in April of 2021, in which the defendant is assuring him that they're working hard on the case and everything is fine and all the rest of it. And so that is, again, this is part and parcel of the things that are in these hidden aspects of this whole other life that the defendant had that are percolating as everyone moves to June of 2021. Additionally, there are calls. I think Mr. Satterfield testified as to calls in June of 2021. The records reflect some calls on June 22nd between the two of them, but there still are text messages from the defendant. And Your Honor, I can have something marked at this time and pass it up if you'd like to see it. These actually were identified after he testified last time, but the defendant reaches out to him and tells him, hey, just checking on you, everything's fine, we're working on the case, it's a tough case, it's a complex case, and therefore don't worry about it, when, again, the money had been long misappropriated.
Long answer, but not to the question. I said, what is the timeline? And perhaps the text messages have something to do with the timeline. I recalled his testimony, Satterfield's in-camera testimony, something to the effect that in early June or around that time.
The money was diverted in May of 2019.
Yeah, the discovery is what the discovery
did not come until
June 22nd, 2021.
Right.
Satterfield testified that he heard reports at some point in time. That's my question to you.
Yes,
the
sir.
timeline.
He testified that as we move into 2021, late 2021, he's hearing reports, and there are reports out there that there had been a settlement in the case. And so ultimately, there's discussions with Alex Murdaugh, which he'll testify he would, talk with a few times a year about the case, and was assured, even though, yes, Mr. Harpootlian's right, that money had been misappropriated a long time ago, that everything was okay, he was working hard on the case. And so the fact of the important point to this case is that issue for the defendant is still out there, and he's got this young man, as we move into the spring of 2021, believing that the case is still ongoing and he's still working on it. And that's the connection here as part and parcel of the overwhelming set of circumstances for the defendant.
Your Honor, just briefly. Money is misappropriated in 2019. That young man testified.
Now he calls it misappropriated.
He didn't know when he learned
converted before
about it may have been a settlement. Could have been before.
I'm posting
June 7th,
Amber's
after
PayPal
June 7th.
and
the fact that he doesn't know
and
when
Venmo in chat.
I think
if anyone does want to give her a thank you through either one of those for the work she's done on the timelines,
in some way
it would be
have
appropriate.
Influenced Alex Murdaugh to murder his wife and son. And that's what the only reason this testimony is coming in is to show there was some immediacy. And by the way, if you look at the phone records, the only calls between these folks began on June 22nd, 2 weeks after the murders. So it's not temporal, and he can't say whether he had any knowledge of the misappropriation of the settlement. Actually, all he know about would be the settlement. That again, there was nothing immediate about this on June 7th from this particular witness. Now, again, we'd be more than willing to some sort of stipulation that that's the timeline, subject to our previous objections, rather than putting a witness up who's going to testify. He doesn't know when he found out about it. Could have been before June 7th, could have been after, and they don't even begin phone calls about it till June 22nd, and there's nothing that no actions begun, nothing coming forward after or prior to June 22nd, and these emails all occur after June 7th. So again, this is a prejudicial versus probative, and this is gilding the lily, this is piling on, this is just more trying to prejudice the jury into believing that somehow someone who steals a bunch of money in any way whatsoever would commit a murder. This is character evidence, pure and simple.
Your Honor,
they keep going
actually
back and
the final
forth.
misappropriation in the Satterfield case was in October of 2020. And again, there were press articles out there. The texts, he said these emails were after June 7th, and they're not. They're in April. Mr. Satterfield testified in camera that he remembered having a conversation in June of 2022. After that, we actually looked and we found some phone records, which again are June 22nd of 2021, but we also found these text messages from April in which the defendant is reaching out to Mr. Satterfield and assuring him that he's working hard on the case and all the rest of it. And again, that's part and parcel of the things that were percolating out there, and part and parcel of the pressures that were on him that the state's theory is he could not solve.
Your Honor, just one last point.
Dick's got his hand up.
This all began with this idea, argued very thoroughly by the Attorney General, that all this financial crime stuff is to prove that on the night of June 7th, he knew, because of that conversation in the office, that the jig was up, that he, in a day or two, that hearing on Thursday, everyone would know that he was a thief and everything had crashed down on him. And to distract from that and delay things, he went home and butchered his son and butchered his wife. And by the way, I might point out, that same day he learned his father was terminal and wouldn't live much longer. And that would be, in my opinion, as much of, if not more, well, enough of a distraction.
I agree.
For
look how full the gallery is back there.
That that he didn't need. I mean, there's no rational way he would think he'd need to butcher his wife and son to distract, knowing his father's getting ready to die, which would be a distraction in that community, in that law firm. So again, I think we need to get back to why we began this 3 or 4 or 5, I can't remember how many days we've been doing financial. I mean, this is a murder trial, not a financial fraud trial.
I'm with you there, Dick.
And to the extent it goes to motive, again, we're more than willing to stipulate that this amount of money disappeared, that the rightful heirs of it, receipt of it, didn't get it. But putting a child on a stand to talk about, and again, he didn't know when he found out about it, or when he began to raise those issues.
I believe he's an adult, isn't he?
He is an adult. He has a job in an emergency room as a tech.
I apologize to the young man. He looks young to me, I'm sorry.
Yes, he does.
Anything further?
Your Honor, the only thing I would say is that the state's theory isn't as simple as that. It's broader than that. But again, I think that this is a different category, and it's part and parcel of everything that was going on as we moved to June 7th, and therefore is relevant for the jury to understand very much as the pressures that could cause him to murder his wife and son, particularly in the face of the defense contention that he could never do such a thing.
I don't know how the judge is going to rule. I think he'll let this in, but I think he's approaching that point where he's saying, I think we've seen enough of the financial. So it may be, maybe the judge says, you know, we've covered this enough. They have the picture.
Satterfield testified in camera that in June of 2021, he made a call to Mr. Murdaugh.
Sounds like it's coming in.
Asking about the status of the case. He made that call, he testified to, because he had heard reports that that there was some concern about the status of the case sufficient to call him to cause him to call Mr. Murdaugh to ask about the status of it. And he testified that he could not remember if he called Mr. Murdaugh or if Mr. Murdaugh called him. But yes, I talked to him in June of 2021. That's according to the rough draft of the transcript that has been provided to the court. I find that this testimony is consistent with the state's theory of of the defendant being in a frantic state, seeking to avoid disclosure of these financial crimes and thefts, and that this testimony is consistent with the state's theory. The court has granted the state's motion to allow evidence of other crimes, and this is additional evidence that that is close in point in time and is admissible, and I deny the motion to exclude it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Bring to your attention one factual issue. The Attorney General has...
Of course, I asked, is there anything else? But go ahead.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm trying to hurry if I can.
Thanks for coming in as a member for month 2.
You know, there may be an ending to this case someday, but maybe. I'm not trying to delay it. The phone records the Attorney General is going to present to this witness indicate the only calls between the two of them were on June 22nd, 2 weeks after the murder. So if there's some phone call, there's no mystery about when the phone call came. after June 7th, 2 weeks later. So in terms of him putting Mr. Murdaugh on alert that something imminent was going to happen, it's 2 weeks later.
Well, it's impossible for anyone to know what's on one's mind or state of mind at any given point in time. But the magnitude of this case almost morphs all the others in the amount, and it is something that I would, if one is being concerned and attempting to prevent disclosure and seeking to divert attention from the impending disclosure of information, and that disclosure would likely have taken place not only for some of the others that we've had testimony concerning, but most definitely this particular one. So I understand your objection. That's a fact and issue, but I find that it's more probative than prejudicial for all of the reasons I previously explained. Yes, sir.
So,
and I don't think whether it's June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 20th, 21st, 25th, I don't think it's of any significant difference.
Well, Your Honor, as you said just a moment ago, and if you charge a jury with this, maybe I'll sit down, which is no one knows what's going on in somebody's mind. Right. And maybe that's something you can tell the jury at the end of this case. Secondly, since this is...
Specific charge on that, intent. Right.
Moving on, we would ask two things. One, I would accept your ruling. I'm not sure I have to do that, but I'm from the old school. If you didn't preserve it,
yes, sir,
it was gone. Secondly, we would ask you to, and I know you said yesterday you weren't going to do this again, but this is, as he's just pointed out, a horse of a different color. It's a different character kind of witness. I would ask you to read your charge on this testimony once again. And hopefully, I think that we're close to the end of this financial testimony, so it may be the last time I would request you to read it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The judge might do that.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, leave that to the court's discretion.
Yes, sir. I have it right here. I will
read it.
Give it one more time.
That was brief.
Let's bring the jury.
Thank you, Bite Me, by the way. It's going to be a great month. Thanks for joining up again. Let's see. Old school. They had schools back then. Yeah. So we're going to hear from the Satterfield boy, who does look like a boy. I think he is 22, 23 years old, right? Is that what we heard from Creighton? But he looks like he's 16. He looks young, and the jury, that's not going to be lost on him. I think you'll see probably the defense make a point of him saying what his age is. Or the prosecution might even bring it up, but they'll stress that he's older. He's 33. He said he was like 30. Okay, he looks young. He looks really young. Like, are your parents here today, son? That sort of age. But and because of that, I think the defense knows this will be very damning testimony. The jury is going to look like they're listening to a kid talk about his mom who worked her life away at the Murdaugh family, fell down the stairs and died.
Sir, thank you. Welcome back.
And then Alex Murdaugh stole all the money.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state's next witness is expected to give testimony, further testimony regarding other crimes committed by the defendant, other alleged criminal activity by the defendant. And as I instructed you earlier, the fact that the defendant may or may not have been involved in other criminal activity is not evidence of or proof that he committed the offenses alleged in the indictments against him. This testimony is allowed for the limited purpose of assisting the state in proving the state's theory or allegations regarding motive.
The defense cannot attack this kid. They can't. All they can do is basically,
for purposes of
come in and act really nice to him or have no questions at all.
Or you cannot.
But I think they're going to draw his age a little bit.
For propensity to commit other crimes, or that it's more likely that he committed these other crimes, which he's been charged but not convicted of. But it is being allowed based on the state's theory and representations that it helps explain the defendant's motive to commit the crimes for which he is accused. And you may call your next witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state calls Tony Satterfield.
And he was sitting right there the whole time. He gets a hug. I'm not sure if that's his dad or uncle that just gave him a hug there.
Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God? State your name again.
That watch looks huge on him.
Spell your last name after you sit down, and pull your chair up so we can hear you, okay?
You can't tell me that this kid, this guy, this adult doesn't look like a kid.
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
Mr. Satterfield, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what do you do for a living?
I grew up in Hampton, live in Beaufort, and I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital.
Okay, awesome. And court reporter's taking stuff down there. I'm really known for talking fast too, but let's slow it down so they can get everything down.
He's fast.
You grew up in Hampton, you said?
Yes.
And you said where'd you work?
Beaufort Memorial.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Work in the ER.
How long have you been working there?
A little over 5 years.
Okay. And where did you work anywhere prior to that?
I did.
And where'd you work?
The pharmacy.
Pharmacy. Okay.
This is the housekeeper's son.
Who's your mom?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield. And is your mom still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
And do you have a sibling?
I do.
And what's his name?
Brian.
Where'd your mom pass?
In the hospital.
Did something happen to her?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened to her.
She had a trip and fall.
And where did that occur?
I'm not sure the exact date that occurred.
But where?
I'm sorry. At Moselle in Colleton County.
Okay. Was she working for the Murdaugh family?
She was.
And what did she do for them?
She was their housekeeper, babysat for them, and anything else they needed.
She raised their boys.
Whatever they needed?
Yes.
Housekeeper? How long did she work for them?
A little over 20 years. I'm not sure the exact amount.
20 years. During that time, did you get to know the Murdaugh family?
I did.
Did you get to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the for the jury? Can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Your mom worked for this family for 20 years, babysitting. She helped raise the children.
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie?
A little bit, yes.
Did you get to know Paul or Buster at all?
A little bit, yes.
And you got to know Alec? Right?
Yes.
You said your mom had a trip and fall at Moselle at their property?
Yes.
And she go to the hospital?
Yes.
Was she ever able to tell you how she tripped or anything like that?
No.
That's the question.
How long was she in the hospital before she passed away?
That was the unanswered.
Give and take 4 or 5 weeks, somewhere up in there.
After she passed away, did you, was there a funeral?
Yes.
And after the funeral, did people go to somebody's house and visit like people do?
Yes.
At any point in time during that funeral or thereabouts, did you have a conversation with the defendant over there?
Yes.
And what?
Objecting to questions by Mr. Water that respond with a yes or no. Those are typically leading questions. Not that I'm concerned about these questions, I just don't want my lack of objection to lead to somebody's belief that he can ask questions that respond with a yes or a no.
Mr. Waters?
I think my question did not suggest the answer. It said, did you have a conversation? And my next question was, what was that conversation? So what was that question, what was that conversation you had with the defendant at the funeral or thereabouts?
If I remember correctly, I'm going to kind of take care of you boys and kind of, you know.
He was going to do what? I'm sorry?
Take care of you boys.
All right. Did he say how he was going to do that?
Partially, yes.
And what did he say?
He was going to file a claim against his insurance company.
He's going to what?
File a claim against his insurance company.
His insurance company?
Yes.
Did he say how much coverage there was?
Like $505,000, I believe.
$505,000?
Yes.
And did he say anything about how much money you may receive?
The goal was to get me and my brother Brian at least $100,000 apiece.
And did any other bills need to be taken care of?
The medical bills.
For who?
My mom.
When he told you that, did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you view the defendant as your lawyer?
Yes.
Did you go and meet with him about it?
Yes.
Did he tell you about what to do with any paperwork you may receive?
Any paperwork or bills or anything, just send them to him.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Defense has to be super careful with this one, even on their objections.
No objection subject to our previously made objection.
All right. Is that something you're offering into evidence?
I'm going to show it to the witness, but yes, sir. Yeah, I'll offer States 372 into evidence.
No objection.
It's submitted without objection.
Let me ask you this. So, did you agree to let the defendant go forward with this claim?
Yes.
And
Alex is nervous about this.
I'd asked you whether or not what he told you to do about paperwork, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 372 to your testimony. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that is, please.
This is a cover sheet that I sent him with, I believe behind it was like a hospital bill and some kind of other important paperwork.
Okay. So you had received some paperwork in the mail?
Yes.
And did you handwrite this?
I did.
All right. And who did you send this to?
Alex Murdaugh.
Put it up on the screen. And tell the jury quickly what this is about. Can you see it on the screen? I can bring it back to you if you need.
Okay. So this is a cover sheet that I attached to the documents that I sent Alex.
Okay. And what kind of documents? Do you remember what kind they were?
One was a hospital bill, and one was from the trailer company, I believe. I don't recall exactly what it was.
The trailer company for who?
My mom.
For your mom. And the hospital bill for who?
Yes, my mom.
Your mom? Okay. And you sent these to him because they were relevant to the case?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you, as this case was developing, did you go and meet with the defendant at his office?
Yes.
Did he have any paperwork for you?
Yes.
Did he get you to sign some paperwork?
Yes.
Still lots of yes, no questions.
Did you become the personal representative of your mom's estate?
I did.
And who gave you the paperwork to sign for that?
Alex.
When you signed that paperwork, were you aware that there had already been a...
Yes, Your Honor. Leading.
Can't lead the witness.
I'll rephrase.
That was the gotcha question.
At some point in time, did Alex say he wanted to involve another lawyer?
Yes.
And who was that?
Corey Fleming.
And what did he tell you about that?
If I understood it correctly, I'm going to send you to Corey Fleming, my friend, because I can't do it against, do the claim against myself because it would be a conflict of interest. That's how I understood it.
And Did you ultimately meet with Corey Fleming?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with him?
If I recall correctly, maybe once or twice.
Over the course of this case, if you had a question, who would you call?
Alex.
At some point, did the defendant, Alec, have a conversation with you about letting someone else be PR?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
That I should let somebody else be PR because based on he's a businessman and it would be hard for the insurance to go up against somebody like that.
Okay. And who told you that?
Alex.
And what did you say to that?
Yes.
All right. And did somebody else get involved at this point?
Yes.
And who was that?
The PR, Chad Westendorf.
At that point in time, did you sign any paperwork for him to become PR?
I did.
All right. And who brought you that paperwork?
I believe I signed it at Alex's office or either I went to the bank. I can't recall.
Hold tight. The super chat thing is not working right. Just 1 second.
And at that point in time, were you aware of any recovery in the case?
No.
Were you aware a recovery had already been received in the case?
No.
Did anyone at that time tell you there was already $505,000 that had been recovered?
No.
That's not in evidence. I mean, he's just throwing these numbers and times out. There's nothing in the record to indicate when it was received or how it was dispersed. I object.
I asked him, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I asked him if he was aware of that. I think that's relevant.
Aware of something that no one's said happened? I mean, I would object.
Rephrase your question, please.
GMA Nobby 7.
Did Alec tell you,
Thank you for
there
the
had
super
been a
chat.
recovery of $505,000 already in the case at that
That's
time?
why I can't post it on the screen here.
Did he ever tell you there had been a recovery of $505,000 at that time?
No.
Was there a recovery at that time of $505,000 as you come to find out?
Later on.
Later on you found out?
Yes.
And did he ever pay you one dime?
No.
There's
Who
a
was the
lawsuit.
PR that the defendant talked to you about appointing instead of you?
Chad Westendorf.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes, like once or twice.
Did he ever tell you about a $505,000 settlement that already had occurred?
No.
Did the defendant ever tell you that he also had a $5 million umbrella policy?
No.
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery against that?
No.
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery for $3.8 million against that?
No.
Did he ever pay you one penny of $3.8 million?
No.
As the months went on and moving into the early part of June 2021, would you periodically have conversations with Alec about the case?
Yes.
How often do you think you would talk to Alec?
Every 3 to 4 months, give and take.
And you recall what Alec would tell you about the case?
Yes. First it started off, the hard case, and then it was making progress.
Say that again.
At first it started off as it was going to be a hard case, and then it turned into we're making progress.
You're making progress?
Yes.
And what had the defendant told you about the most that you could recover? What did he tell you at least?
Nothing.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463 to your testimony and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are text messages between me and Alex.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 463 and 453, excuse me, into evidence.
Subject to previous objections, no objection.
Okay, it's admitted.
All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen and kind of zoom it in. You got a screen over there, but if you can't see it because the writing's kind of small, you let me know and I'll bring it to you, okay? Do you recognize that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
And who is that text from?
Alex.
And who is it to?
Me.
And can you read to the jury what that text says?
It says, "Hey man, just checking in, been working on case and made me think about you. Hope all is good. Call me anytime I can help."
And what was the date of that text?
April 12, 2021 at 12:47.
All right. I'm going to go to this next one. Do you recognize that text?
Yes.
And who is that from?
That is from me to Alex responding to his text.
All right. And read that text to the jury once you sent.
That text says, "Hey man, I'm doing good. By the way, how's the case going? Just curious. But how are you?"
I'll show you this next text. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that from?
That is from Alex to me.
All right. And can you read that to the jury?
Finally getting some movement, still a ways to go, doing good, was just thinking about and thought I'd check in. Hope to see you soon.
Still a ways to go is what he said?
Yes.
At that point in time, did he tell you there had already been 2 recoveries in the case?
No.
Going to this last text, what is that? Who is that from?
That is from me back to Alex responding to his text.
Right.
Alex is squirming.
What does it say?
Cool, thanks.
Hold on for me just one second.
As far as image goes, the bankers and everything, that looks bad, but you put this, he looks like a kid. Yeah, he's an adult, but you put this kid up there who lost his mom, and Alex stole every penny
Objection,
from him.
I'm going to strike out one of the phone numbers on here so it can't be viewed. That's correct.
Whoa, lots of people leaving the courtroom. I'm not sure what just happened back there. I guess the tour bus is leaving, apparently. The back row has been kicked out. Not sure why they all left at once. That seems weird. I haven't seen that before. Maybe they're all together. Maybe a class again. Law students, possibly. Exodus of the gallery.
Around this point in time, so we're in the spring, late spring of 2021. Had you become aware of any media reporting about there actually being a settlement in your mother's case?
Yes, somebody sent me a text or something saying a legal document, but I can't remember who sent it to me.
All right. And you can't remember who sent it to you?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that cause you to reach out to the defendant and ask the status of the case?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
I believe in June.
Okay. And do you remember if that was before or after the murders in this particular case?
I believe that was after.
Okay. And have you seen some records since since the previous time in talking about this?
Previous to the call, no.
Adam, that's the best answer of the day right there. They moved to the front row. They all got gifted memberships.
I'll show you what's been marked as 454 to your testimony. Is that some records you've been provided?
Yes.
And those just some records of phone calls between you and Alec?
Yes.
On June 22nd?
Yes.
Did you have any, would you periodically reach out to the defendant and get updates about the case?
Yes.
And you had family reach out and ask you to get updates because of reading things in the media, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had conversations with him in June of 2021?
Yes.
You don't remember if those were before or after the murders?
He already answered the question after June 7th. I would object to the leading question. I would object to the suggestion that he hasn't already answered that this occurred after June 7th of 2021. He's impeaching his own witness.
I'm trying to impeach this witness. I think I'm establishing a point that's not in dispute. These records say what they say.
I'm talking. I think he was prefacing that question with, you don't remember when you learned about it sometime in early June. If he's conceding the witness said he didn't learn about it until after June 7th, we don't have an argument. He's already testified to that.
Final speaking response.
Your Honor, this witness has testified he had a conversation in June. He's testified in the spring of 2021 that he became aware of media reports and reached out to him. We've already seen some texts and we have some calls. I'm just following up on the fact that he had repeated communications with the defendant, asking him what is the status of my case, and was told as we move in time to the murders, oh, everything's fine, I'm still working on it.
Objection sustained as to leading the witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, for thanking you. It's just a habit I got in and I can't seem to break it. I apologize. And by the way, if you ruled against me, I would still say thank you. It's just what I've learned to do. I don't
this
know
is inappropriate from the speaking right now.
But I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Dilly Pickles. Thankful to be a part of the tribe. Hey, I'm glad you're here, Dilly Pickles.
Just to clear
Wouldn't
this
be the
up,
same without you.
How often would you talk to the defendant?
3 to 4 times a year or something, I believe. I can't recall. Every few months.
Would you talk by phone or would you talk by text or both?
Both.
And when you would talk to him, would you ask about the status of your case?
Yes.
And each time you talked to him, what did he say?
It was making progress.
Making progress. Did he say it was a hard case or not?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you about how much money he might be able to get for you?
The goal was to get $100,000 apiece for me and my brother.
At any time over the years, did he ever tell you that there had already been a recovery in the case?
No.
At any time over the years, did he mention anything about having a $5 million umbrella policy?
No.
At any time, did he ever pay you 1 penny?
No.
You testified earlier that you became the personal representative, is that right?
That is correct.
Why were you the personal representative and not your brother?
Because my brother is a vulnerable adult, meaning he has a disability.
Oh, man.
That my brother, he's a vulnerable adult, so he's not able to function as a normal human being to be doing stuff like that.
He's a vulnerable adult?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
After the murders happened, at some point after that, did you go seek, or did you and your family go seek additional representation about this matter?
Yes.
And who did y'all eventually go to?
My aunt and my uncle went to Mark Tinsley, and then they sent us to Eric Bland.
And
so that's Tinsley.
are you aware of there being a confession of judgment in your case against the defendant for those missing recoveries?
Yes.
This document.
Sir.
Your Honor, it offer states 352. And you're aware there's a confession of judgment in that case?
Yes.
Did you have to file a claim against the defendant for those 2 recoveries you never got for your mom's case?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you 352. You're not a lawyer, are you?
No.
And have you read all that legal stuff in there?
Yes.
All right. But this has been something that you're aware of that occurred in your case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And ultimately, there's a confession of judgment in the case. Do you know how much it is right there?
$4,305,000.
That's what they got.
And is that for $3.8 million? For one of them?
Yes.
And for $505,000 for the other recovery?
Yes.
So they got the money. They had to sue him to do that. But they got what they were entitled to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, I just did it.
We're going to hear from Tinsley, from the lawyer they
When the
contacted.
defendant came to you around the time of your mom's funeral and said he was going to help you and file a claim on your behalf, why did you agree to that?
Because I trusted him.
Thank you. Nothing further.
They actually started a charity in their mom's name. This is a good family.
Your name is Tony?
Yes, sir.
May I call you Tony rather than Mr. Satterfield?
Absolutely.
Call me Dick instead of Mr.
Let's go into his age right immediately.
A little quicker. Between your name and my name, it might add a little bit to this cross. So let me ask you a few questions about your mother's death, and I apologize if in any way this brings back bad memories. I apologize. Y'all filed a lawsuit or made a claim against, I mean, basically Alec told you he would be the defendant. You'd be suing him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was based on some dogs tripping your mom as she was going down the stairs. Is that right?
That's what they said, yes.
Okay. But the only person that represented dogs tripped your mother going down the stairs was Alex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So without his assertion, I mean, if she just fell down the stairs, there'd be no lawsuit, right?
I guess that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're not a lawyer. You would accept my representations if she just fell down the stairs on her own. There would be no one to blame for that, right?
All right. Repeat the question because I don't understand the question.
It's okay. Strike it, withdraw it. It's going down a rabbit hole. Don't need to do that. So let me ask you this. During this process, your lawyer, for the record, he told you, was Corey Fleming, right?
Yes.
And that was your lawyer?
Well, it was Alex Murdaugh. They were all a team.
They were a team. The person being sued, and
yes.
Again, you're not sophisticated on this, was part of the team.
Don't talk down to him.
To get you a recovery.
The jury will.
Yes.
Okay.
The jury will.
Now, there's a guy named Chad Westendorf. He was with a bank, right?
Yes.
And he was actually the PR. He took over, and it was his job to make sure y'all got your money, right?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Like one time, it was just to sign some paperwork for him to be PR.
Right. And did you ever call him and say, what's going on with my case?
No.
Did you ever call Corey Fleming and ask what's going on with my case?
No.
And
saying it's his fault for not.
Let me make sure I understand your testimony. You got some notice of something in the paper, and at some point after June 7th, you had either a phone call or a text or an email with Alex Murdaugh asking him what's going on, right?
Yes.
Now, and again, we see a series of phone calls on June 22nd.
Yes.
Is
yes.
that right? Where y'all were talking about this.
Yes.
But was there anything on June 7th or prior to June 7th where you accused him of anything?
Prior to June 7th, no.
Okay. Now, after you became aware of well, we saw just a moment ago a confession of judgment where Alex Murdaugh admitted that he owed you $3 million. Not get this wrong. Where's the confession of judgment? There it is. $4,305,000. Is that right?
That's the judgment, yes.
Okay. But you hired a lawyer, Eric Bland, very fine lawyer, and he actually sued Mr. Murdaugh's firm and some other folks and got you $6.5 million, right?
Yes, or no, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I'm aware of is the judgment.
So Mr. Bland didn't tell you about the 6.5 million?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure history's not repeating itself here. And so you actually recovered 6.5 million, which would be a couple $1 million more than you would have gotten had you received.
So now Alex, the good guy,
the money
because you got
Alex
more money now than you would have had you not stolen it.
Okay.
That's the train of thought we just followed.
You've
there
been
with
made
Dick.
more than whole for that loss.
Yes.
$2 million more than you would have gotten had he not taken your money, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, sort of the last question that I think I have for you, but let me check with my co-counsel before.
Yeah. Check with all the other lawyers before you go spouting off like that again.
Well, one last question is this. On June 7th, prior to June 8th, had you ever threatened Alex Murdaugh with exposure?
All right, could you repeat the question again?
Prior to June 8th, 2021, did you ever threaten Alex Murdaugh saying, I know you stole my money, where's my money? You know, I know you got the money. Did you threaten him in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Going back to, excuse me, get the right exhibit. States 453. These were texts that you had about the case, is that right?
Yes.
And when did those occur?
These occurred in the spring and April of 2021.
April of 2021. And there had been media reporting about there being a settlement in this particular case, even though you hadn't received any money?
Yes.
Did you have periodic conversations with the defendant over the course of time?
Yes.
And would you ask him about the case?
Yes.
And he would tell you what?
It's a hard case, but it's a work in progress.
I think there was a little joke heard. I didn't hear it. A little
After
comment.
all this happened,
Chuckled.
have you come to find out that the defendant took all of your money?
Yes.
And that's what led to that confession of judgment?
Yes.
Did he, though, ever pay you 1 cent?
No.
You were asked about Corey Fleming, and I think you said they were all a team. Is that right?
Yes.
At its core, who did you consider was your lawyer for your mom's case?
Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Satterfield. Nothing further. He may have one more question.
Anything further?
No. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. We call your next witness.
The state calls Jan Malinowski.
Looking at Satterfield boy going back to there. I don't know who is pointing at in court, but they're basically giving each other high fives back
Raise
there.
your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand, please.
Thank you.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
There was something funny about one of his answers that seemed to think that his new lawyer had stolen the money as well, and it was just a misunderstanding.
My name's Jan Malinowski, Malinowski.
Oh, he's a lawyer too. Let's see.
Doing well, thank you.
Good. Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Just tell them a little bit about yourself, kind of a little bit about your background,
Bank of America.
your career,
Yeah, he's
and ultimately
the new
where
president
you are
or CEO, right?
I am currently the CEO of Palmetto State Bank, headquartered in Hampton.
Palmetto.
Work in the Beaufort
Sorry.
office.
Not Bank of America.
Started banking career out of the Citadel.
This guy's
in the
CV
late
is incredible.
70s. Went to graduate school at the University of South Carolina. Had a progression of jobs at larger banks, Wachovia Bank and Trust, Barnett Banks of Florida, First Union Bank, and then in February of 1991, I joined Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And
He also did stuff for like
Palmetto
Swiss
State Bank.
banks
So
and
you've been
stuff
there
like
since
that.
1991?
Yes, sir.
And what
Overseas
roles
and
have you
everything.
served at Palmetto State Bank over the years?
Principally in charge of both of our branches. We have two branches in the Beaufort area, one on Ladies Island and one in the Burton, which is west of Beaufort. And that's been primarily my focus on a day-to-day basis, but I do have other responsibilities inside the company.
Okay. And your primary focus has been on Beaufort. Over here recently, has your duties or your role expanded?
It has.
And what is your current duty right now, or your current
I'm the
title?
Chief Executive Officer.
The CEO. Okay. And when did you become the CEO of Palmetto State Bank?
April of last year.
April of last year?
Yes.
And that'd be 2022?
Excuse me, I mean August of last year.
This guy's going to testify to all the things that happened at his
Yes,
bank
sir.
that should not have happened that way. He took over
Who
after
was
the
the
fact.
CEO prior to that?
Russell Lafitte.
Russell Lafitte.
We'll talk more about that in a bit.
Russell was related to the lady in Alex's
Tell me a little
office
bit
who
more
ran
about
the
the
financials.
governance of the bank. Is there a board of directors?
There is
And how many people are on the board of directors?
currently 8.
And is there a executive committee of board of directors and other senior leadership at the bank?
There is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
The executive committee today consists of our chairman, Becky Lafitte, Norris Lafitte, Liz Malinowski. I'm on the executive committee, and Gray Henderson is on the executive committee.
All right, but describe to me how that works. What's the purpose of the executive committee?
The executive committee is charged with typically making the senior decisions, upper management decisions that affect the day-to-day operations of the bank.
And let me ask you this. As far as giving loans, are there levels of authority for different
That's how the
officials in the
testimony came
bank?
out.
And does that sort of graduate
That he was
depending on the
married.
amount?
That's
To her
correct.
sister's
Can you explain
husband.
that to the jury?
Throughout the bank, we have a number of loan officers, each of whom is granted a certain level of lending authority, which is approved annually by the board of directors. Any loans made, single loans above their lending authority or above their limits would then go to 2 executive officers, either myself or Ms. Henderson, to be approved or denied within our level of authority, which is up to $1 million. And then if for any loan, single loan or relationship,
$1 million is
from
important.
$1 million to $1.5 million,
We'll miss him on
she
it.
and I would have the approval authority, and anything above $1.5 million, up to $8 million currently goes to the executive committee for approval.
With those levels of authority, still if you have large loans with a particular customer or typical client, are those the kind of things that might be discussed and updated in board meetings and executive committee meetings?
Executive committee meetings first, and those would be minuted in the executive committee minutes, and then elevated to the board, and periodically there'd be board discussions, yes.
Let's talk a little bit and going back to September 2021 and before. And just want to talk a little bit about the bank then. Your primary focus in the bank was where at that period of time?
Beaufort.
All right. And was there another sort of hub of focus in the institution?
Well, Hampton is our main office.
Okay.
It's the largest branch among the 7 branches.
Back at that period of time, September 2021 and prior, explain to me how those 2 hubs work and just generally how the bank operated in practice in that regard.
Well, Hampton being the largest office had the most business. It was also a location where Russell Lafitte had his office, his father Charlie had his office, and Sister Gray Henderson had her office. Largely I was focused on the activities in Beaufort, as I said earlier.
Did the bank have kind of a decentralized functioning that Hampton kind of did its thing and Beaufort did its thing to some extent?
Yes, sir, to some extent.
And was the defendant a customer of the bank?
Yes, he was.
And was he more in the Hampton side of things or the Beaufort side of things?
Hampton.
Hey guys, I'm going to be distracted
Did the
just for a minute,
defendant have
trying to help
particular
Little Miss
banking
with
relationship
the internet
with,
issue,
one
trying to
particular
diagnose it remotely.
official at the bank or former official?
Yes, Russell Lafitte.
Russell
I might
Lafitte.
need to have to Adam Adam on the call. We're trying to fix her internet. I can probably walk her through it remotely. It's a cable issue, just getting the right things plugged in. So give me a minute as I'm sharing pictures back and forth to try to help her.
2021.
So I'm not paying close attention right now. I'm listening.
Spring of 2021, or just during 2021, did you, as primarily the Buford side, but also as a board member, did you have any particular concern at that time about the defendant, Alex Murdaugh's, the nature of his relationship with the bank?
At that time, no.
Didn't have any concern at that time?
No, sir.
You were more focused on Buford, is that
correct?
Right? And you had no reason at that time to think that anything was going on, is that correct?
No, sir.
At some point in time, did you become aware, obviously, of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
After that happened, did you have any particular concern about the defendant and any loans he owed to the bank or anything like that at the time?
He had significant loans with the bank. The murders were obviously traumatic and tragic. And the board and executive committee did bring up Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
Okay. Grab some exhibits real quick. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 355 to your testimony. Let me show the defense counsel real quick.
I don't think Alex likes him. That wasn't like a, hey friend, how's it going type glance.
We'll see if you recognize this document.
It's the minutes of a board of directors meeting of Palmetto State Bank, Tuesday, July 20th, 2021.
All right. And who was the secretary for those minutes?
Ray Henderson.
All right. And just quickly tell the jury what minutes of a board of directors meeting are. What do those mean?
The minutes should memorialize the discussions of the board members across any number of topics: loans, operations of the bank, any other topics of interest.
Okay. And just look at that real quick. That's on what date?
It's the meeting of July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. And I looked through there real quick, and was there any discussion or any mention of any discussion of any loans with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, there are not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move, I believe without any additional objections, States 355 into evidence.
No other objections.
It's admitted.
Moving on from July, I just want to be clear, were you aware in July of 2021 of any additional loan being made to Alex Murdaugh?
No, I was not.
Moving on into August 2021, did you at some point become aware, or was there some event occurring at the bank where any loans to Alex Murdaugh came to the board of directors' attention?
Yes, on August 9th.
Go ahead, describe that to the jury.
On August 9th, a board member, Norris Lafitte, emailed the board and the executive committee asking for a complete accounting of Alex Murdaugh's loan relationship with Palmetto State Bank.
All right, and did any events start to happen as a result of that?
Yes, there were.
All right, let's take them in order, and let's go nice and slow so I can follow along. What was the first thing that happened?
A deposit of $400,000 was made to one of Mr. Murdaugh's account.
A deposit of $400,000. Who caused that deposit to be made?
Russell Lafitte.
At that time, on August 9th, do you know what the balance was in that particular account that money was in?
It was overdrawn significantly, I believe, above $367,000.
All right, and I'm going to hold on for me real quick.
I'm sure there's a memo. Please deposit $400,000 from the petty cash fund into Alex Murdaugh's account. Reason? None. Ooh, we've got mood lighting. Sweet. And it's back. Okay, that dude was leaning against the light switch back there. I think that was him.
All right, thank you, Judge. State 356, I'm going to show you this document, see if you recognize this.
This is a copy of an account statement, page 2 of an account statement, of account number ending in the 4 digits 6092 of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and can you tell me on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in the defendant's account at Palmetto State Bank?
On August 6, 2021, the balance was a negative $347,784.67.
Had the bank continued paying expenses for Alex Murdaugh from June 7th to this date to the tune of $347,000 in money he did not have?
Correct.
That's a big overdraft.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State 356 into evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
So right here, what date is that?
August 6, 2021.
We'll go up to the top. What's the name on this account?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what's the balance in his account again, please?
A negative $347,784.67.
And this is why you balance your checkbook, right, folks.
Overdraft.
Because this could be you.
How much is the overdraft charge?
$5.
$5.
They waived it. $5 says they waive it. Oh wait, it was $5.
Is that typical policy for a bank to pay overdrafts over the course of a month for $347,000?
No, sir.
And were you aware of that at the time?
I was not.
It's crazy.
What is this right here? This transaction, what's the date on it?
August 9th, 2021.
And what is that right there?
That's a deposit of $400,000.
Okay. And is that what you were describing was the first action as a result of one of the board members inquiring about the status of Richard Alexander Murdaugh's accounts with the bank?
Yes, sir.
And who caused that deposit to be made?
Russell Lafitte.
And what was the source of those funds of $400,000?
It was a debit to an account or general ledger account called Loans Not on System.
What does that mean? Where is that money coming from? Did that belong to any entity? Where did it come from?
It came from the bank.
From the bank. At that period in time, was there any loan application in existence or any sort of paperwork to justify that $400,000?
No.
This is embarrassing for him because this bank is still doing business, and he's announcing
what was the balance of the account?
all this bad behavior.
At a positive balance of $52,215.33.
A little walking around money.
Yeah, that sustained objection.
When that deposit went in, were you aware of a deposit of $400,000 going in at that time?
At that time, no.
And you're a board member, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that was the first action. What else occurred, if anything, as a result of an inquiry being made about the defendant's finances?
There was a flurry of activity inside the Hampton office to create loan documents.
All right. To create loan documents?
Yes, sir.
To create loan documents after the fact?
Yes, sir.
They actually, the defense actually brought that up and said that there were loan documents in process when this happened. but they the state
What if anything else happened after
brought
that?
up the consecutive numbering system of their
As a
applications.
result of that inquiry.
As a result of that inquiry, a memo was drafted and submitted to the executive committee outlining the relationship of Alex Murdaugh at that time.
Hold on for 1 second. I'm going to try to knock out two at once.
Was Alex Murdaugh still stealing after the deaths? I'm confused. We'll have to go back and look on the timeline. I think this is right. Everyone discovered it right about
At some point, does
deaths.
this finally come to your attention and to the rest of the board's attention?
It does.
And you recall about what date that was?
I believe it would have been the date of the executive committee on the 12th.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 354 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
These are minutes of the executive committee that took place August 12th, 2021.
All right. And then reviewing those, are they generally accurately reflect what y'all talked about at that executive committee meeting?
Yes, sir.
And is there any reference or discussion of the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There is.
All right. And again, was this the first time that you were aware of the true nature of his financial condition and the fact of any further monies being expended to him from the bank?
This was, again, the formal summary of his banking relationship at that time. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer State's 356 in evidence.
The summary is he had keys to the bank. He asked that he got money.
354, correct?
354.
And no additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right. And the first sentence is, what does that say right there?
It says Gray Henderson distributed a memo to the members outlining the bank's current relationship.
Okay. And what's the second sentence right there?
Indebtedness totals $4.2 million, consisting of various unsecured and secured notes, a co-borrowing, and guaranteed loans.
All right, so he owes the bank how much at that point in time?
At that time, $4.2 million.
He just kicked the plug.
Yes, sir.
Knocked the microphone out. That was that pop you heard.
Marked as 365 to your testimony or to this trial, and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the memo that was presented to the executive committee on the 12th of August.
All right. And Your Honor, this time I'd offer State's 365 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Russell Lafitte was helping Alec at the bank. He's the one who had the $400,000.
This is that memo you were talking about that was prepared?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this kind of set forth some of the debts and obligations that were owed by the defendant at that point in time?
It does.
All right. And in that second sentence, what is that total amount?
He currently has total principal balance through family, et cetera, of $4,219,000.
This list right here, what does that reflect?
It lists all the loan numbers, the principal balances, and the collateral if they were secured.
Now, you mentioned we've talked about the memo, we've talked about the transfer, and you mentioned that there was some application documentation that started to be created. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're the CEO now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've had a chance to go back and to look into what's happened and review these various records, is that right?
Yes, sir.
marked as Exhibit 362 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is a copy of a Palmetto State Bank promissory note, commercial, single advance, loan number 6996048, in the amount of $750,750.
And who's the borrower on that particular document?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as 363 and see if you recognize that.
This is a document that accompanies the note. It's part of the loan package. It's called a business purpose statement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move in states 362 and 363.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, let's take a look at this document real quick. This is 362. Looking at the last page, what date is that document signed?
July 15th, 2021.
All right. Going back and looking at the first page, could this document that was at least supposedly signed on July 15th, 2021, could it have even existed on July 15th, 2021?
No, sir.
It could not have.
It could not have.
And tell the jury why you know that.
Because the loan numbers generated by one of our software programs related to loan transactions, the loan numbers are issued sequentially.
All right. And so this sequential number
might be tomorrow. Depends on how long Cross goes on this.
Sequence number.
All right. And so what month would it have been a sequence?
August.
And is that how you know that this didn't occur until August after that inquiry was made?
Yes, sir.
I don't think the defense will
Let's
have
talk about
really many
July
questions for this.
15th, 2021. As things have come to light and you look more into this, did it come to your attention as to why these documents would have been backdated to July of 2021?
Yes, sir, because there was another subsequent transaction.
All right. And what transaction was that generally?
It was a wire transfer.
Okay.
Hang on, I've got to call a little miss real quick. She sent me some pictures. I think I can help her through her internet issue. So I'll be on the phone. Just 1 minute. Don't let anything happen exciting while I'm gone.
We'll show you what's been marked as states 358 to your testimony, see if you recognize that.
This is our standard domestic wire request form dated July 15th, 2021.
Okay. And, Your Honor, this time I would move to admit states 358.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
Did you know about this wire when it was sent?
No, sir.
Did you know about this wire in August of 2021?
I did upon subsequent investigation, yes.
And when did you find out about that, roughly?
In August of 2021.
Put this up on the screen. What's the date on this wire?
July 15th, 2021.
And where does this wire go?
It goes to the Wilson Law Group, LLC, IOLTA account.
IOLTA account? Are you familiar if that's a lawyer trust account?
Yes, sir.
And what's this page that's attached to it?
Appears to be the wiring instructions. The account name, Wilson Law Group, LLC, IOLTA account. Bank is South State Bank in Bamberg, South Carolina, and South State's routing number. Contact information is Chris at wilsonlawgroupsc.com, Gail at wilsonlawgroupsc.com.
And what is the source of funds for this $350,000?
Again, it's the bank's internal account, general ledger account, loan not on system.
Loan not on system. It's bank money.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, was there any documentation whatsoever justifying $350,000 of bank money being given to the defendant to send to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
When you had a discussion at the board meeting in August of 2021, were there any representations made to you about the purposes for some new loan to Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, there were.
And what were you told the purposes were?
Repairs to beach house.
Repairs to the beach house?
Yes, sir.
And who told you that?
Russell Lafitte.
Okay. And did he tell you at any time that it was $350,000 to Chris Wilson to put some fees back?
No, sir.
Did he tell you that at any time it was $400,000 to cover a negative $347,000 overdraft that the bank had been paying for him since June of 2021?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 359, see if you recognize this.
This is the customer copy of a cashier's check number 287933 in the amount of $400,000, dated 8/9/2021.
All right, and does it have what appears to be a copy of a sticky note on there?
It does.
And whose writing is that? Do you recognize it?
Russell Lafitte's.
All right, and there's a reference to Green Swamp stock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It's a hunt club. It's shares of a hunt club. A share of a hunt club.
I'm going to show States 363 up on the screen, and I showed you this previously, but what is this document?
That's the business purpose statement.
All right. And what does it say? Is this for that loan in which the application is being drafted after the fact?
Yes, sir.
And what does it say the purposes are?
Purpose is investment.
All right. And what, again, had you been told as a board member was the purpose of this supposed new loan?
Repairs to the beach house.
As you've come to review all of this information, was any of that $750,000 used for any repairs to the beach house?
To my knowledge, no.
And when it's $750,000, we're talking about the $350,000 of the wire to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the $400,000 to cover the overdraft, and then a little bit.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, was there any discussion about collateral for this particular loan?
Yes, there was.
All right, and tell me about those discussions. What was your understanding of collateral for these loans?
The collateral was to be a second mortgage on the beach house and the one share of Green Swamp stock.
And as things progressed, did any of that change as far as collateral?
We did not put the mortgage on the beach house.
And why was that?
Mrs. Murdaugh was deceased, and she had an ownership interest in the beach house.
At some point in time...
Mission accomplished. Internet's fixed.
So ultimately, this particular loan, did it have any collateral at all?
Nominally, the Green Swamp stock.
And why do you say nominally?
It had been cross-collateralized to other loans.
In your experience as a banker, is it common or usual to provide a new loan to cover an overdraft like was done in this case?
Not to this magnitude, no, sir.
Trying to get caught up. I haven't heard anything about gambling in this trial, Sandy, other than I've heard on the calls, the jail calls, that Buster was photographed gambling in Vegas. I haven't heard anything about Alex really doing gambling.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 357 and see if you recognize this.
Well, Miss, glad I could help. Thanks for reaching out.
These are minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank, Tuesday, August 17th, 2021.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 357 into evidence, I believe without additional objection.
That's right, no additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, is there a discussion of the defendant in this particular document?
There is.
Now, we'd seen one before, which was an executive committee meeting in August. And was this the subsequent board meeting?
Yes, it was.
All right. Let me put that up on the screen. You have a screen right there. If you can
Yes, sir.
see that. If you have problems seeing it, just let me know and I'll bring it back to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Scott, thanks for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you admitting you're an addict to true crime. Welcome.
All right. And this is the discussion as it relates to the defendant right there?
Yes, it does.
All right. And real quick, what's the second sentence right there in this particular discussion?
Russell L. Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm.
All right. And down here at the bottom, what does that sentence right there say? Starting with Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee.
All right. And then what's the next sentence?
Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan.
All right. And so with 3 of the 5 members approving the loan, were you on the executive committee at that time?
I was, yes.
But you were not informed of any of these monies being expended or this after the fact documentation or any of it, is that correct?
No, sir.
Thomas, that's funny. So this is super embarrassing for Palmetto State Bank to be admitting to all these actions. This is a local bank. I mean, it's a state bank, but it's a community bank that people invest in, and to hear that you know, with their money in there, that this bank is flagrantly just sending huge sums to people with no loans and things. That's a big black eye on the bank. So this guy hopes his testimony will be over soon.
As some of these things ultimately came to light in the months following, what happened to Russell Lafitte?
He was terminated from the bank.
And is that what led to you ultimately becoming CEO?
Yes, sir.
In the course of your review as CEO of what had been going on at your institution, did you become privy to information that Russell Lafitte had been converting trust account checks from PMPD made out to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And that those checks had been converted, that those were client money checks and had been converted for the benefit and for the personal use of the defendant?
Yes.
And is that practice improper?
It is.
Yeah, I think the bank will also announce that they're suing. But I don't know if they can because it was their own guy who did it. So. Christy, we don't know. It just, the math doesn't add up. The spending doesn't add up.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 366 to your testimony.
I think I'll have to give you a pass for being late if AT&T hit a gas line in your yard, the fire truck's there and everything. That's no fun. Hopefully they patch it all up and mow it and everything before they're done. Make it look good as new.
This document?
There's a lawsuit.
This document is a printout from our loan accounting system, which summarizes the loans outstanding to Mr. Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
As of a particular day?
As of June 7, 2021.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State 366 into evidence.
No additional objections.
I'm not sure why he's back. He's one row back from where he normally
Let's
is.
take a look at it.
But he's still in sort of like the family
Can you see that
section.
all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, there's certain numbers that are highlighted here. Is that the balance as of that particular date?
It's the principal balance, yes, sir.
All right, and so that number right there is what?
$104,119.80.
And the balance right there is what?
$806,666.26.
And the balance right there is what?
$195,171.64.
And that balance right there, what is that?
$999,650.94.
And then finally this.
$91,368.90.
This particular one right there, is that a line of credit?
Yes, sir.
And how much, what's the limit on the line of credit? Line of credit's kind of like a credit card. It's got a limit on it, right?
That's correct.
What's the line of credit? How much was it for?
$1 million.
And what was the balance on it?
$999,650.94.
Pretty much maxed out.
Yes, sir.
He could squeeze about $400,000 out of that again, or $400 out of that. I think there's a wallet out there somewhere that Murdaugh's got the key to, with a bunch of cryptocurrency.
Going back to States 365, we've got this one right here. What was the balance on that one with this memo that was prepared around August of 2021?
That loan balance is $599,400.
And was that also a line of credit as well?
It was.
And what was the limit on that line of credit?
I believe $600,000.
So that one was pretty much maxed out too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not listed on States 366 are two that are on this memo. One says Zero United and one says Redbeard. Are you familiar with what those are?
Yes, sir.
And are those business entities?
They are.
And do you know who those are associated with?
Mr. Murdaugh was a partner, member of the LLC.
All right. And had those two loans been charged off?
They had been.
And to your understanding, those entities own real property?
Yes, in Berkeley County.
All right. When you say charged off, what does that mean? Explain that very quickly to the jury.
In the banking, if a loan becomes uncollectible for whatever reason, the borrower suffers financial difficulties, other issues, the bank will at some point in time make a determination whether to take it off its books and subsequently charged off.
Okay. Did the bank foreclose on the properties under those particular two entities?
We did not.
All right. And so it takes it off the books, so it stops accruing interest and late charges and all that kind of stuff, right?
Actively, yes, sir.
Actively, at least, correct?
Yes.
And did the defendant, was he still, though, expected and required to keep paying on those particular loans?
It didn't dissolve him of his obligation, but he periodically made payments.
Periodically made payments on those loans. If the defendant had tried to sell those properties or something like that, what if anything, would the bank would have been entitled to in the event that was attempted?
We would have been entitled to the outstanding principal balance at the time, plus lost interest and any late fees and charges.
All right, so that would have to be applied against any sale price before those things could be, that property could be sold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would be somewhat higher than the numbers on this memo, is that right?
Yes, sir.
One of the things on here is this particular loan right here. And what is that for?
A house in Edisto.
And in April 2021, was there any sort of thing going on with that particular loan that needed to be addressed?
The loan had matured.
It had matured? And explain to the jury what that means.
At that time, the balance of the loan, the note itself had reached its maturity date, and the borrower would be required to, the bank and the borrower were required to come together and determine what they wanted to do, either renew it, extend it, whatever.
Right, and it had not been paid off, correct?
It had not been paid off, no.
Since it matured, it either had to be renewed or paid off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of that need for a renewal, had an appraisal been sought in April of 2021?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right, let me show you the exhibit. You need to show it to the defense counsel.
More candy goes in the mouth. Nom, nom, nom. It's a big candy. It's got to be like, I mean, it's bigger than the Whopper.
I'll show you what's been marked as
not the Whopper sandwich, but the Whopper.
to this trial and see if you recognize this.
Malted milk coated in chocolate. Maybe I think it might be like a Werther's.
Top page is an email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who is the bank's appraisal officer, regarding an appraisal request for 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto.
Is that the Edisto house we're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And is this, and that's the appraisal request form underneath it?
It is.
Okay. And that relates to the renewal of the existing loan on Edisto, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did this appraisal have anything to do with this $750,000 that you've been telling the jury about?
No, sir.
This was already in existence because of an existing loan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If it's in his mouth before he goes back to jail, he can keep it there. I think that's what the rule is. So he puts the big candy in
Your Honor,
before he
this time I
leaves.
would offer States 364 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
It does appear to be a white candy or a gum. I think it's a harder candy. We're going to have to do some research. It's bigger than the Tic Tac.
Almost done.
I think I saw a gum package that he tried to put in his suit coat pocket as he was leaving one day, and the sheriff's like, none of that. Oxy-laced candy.
Real quick, one I forgot, States 360. We'll show this to you real quick, and then we'll get to the beginning of the end.
Still bank business.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, sir. This is
the defense is going to ask him.
Checking deposit ticket of a $400,000 deposit going into an account. Last four digits 6092 in the name of Alex Murdaugh.
The defense will ask this witness if he was making periodic payments.
Which accompanied the deposit ticket.
Even on the charge-off loans.
287933 in the amount of $400,000 dated August 9th, 2021.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 360.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, and this is that $400,000 that covered the big overdraft, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Could be Mentos. I think that's the package there right in front of his monitor, in front of Mr. Murdaugh. I think it's a blue and white package, but it looks square more than, Mentos is more of like a tube. It comes in a roll. It's a Polo Mint, Lifesavers. Palmentos. Adam, you've got some quick wit. He's going to get diabetes. He's going to die from diabetes before this case ends, apparently, the rate he's consuming stuff. Oh, no, Sunshine so
I'll show you one last series of documents here.
Just being here is enough. Good to have you.
One at a time. Show you first what's been marked. Has not been marked. Show you what's been marked as States 367, and is that a
Altoids
statement balance for an account in the name of Alex Murdaugh?
It is. It's
Dean
Alex
Wall says
Murdaugh, farm
murder
account,
Mentos.
Account number 1646.
All right. And on June the 7th, 2021, can you tell me the balance in that account?
The balance of the account is a negative $2,458.23.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit States 367.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 368 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of an account statement for account number 6092 in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Tish just gifted 5 memberships.
And can you tell me what the account balance is on June 7th, 2021?
On June 7th, the balance in the account is $2,185.23.
Holly
Your Honor,
Joe.
this time I'd move to admit States 368.
Tammy, Mev,
No
it's
additional
Marissa,
objection.
Justice Jane.
I'm gonna show you
Congratulations.
what's been
And
marked
Kathy
as
just gifted 5 memberships.
369, excuse me, and see if you recognize.
My
Tell me
Reg,
what the balance, what
Gamer
that document
Guy,
is.
Ready Freddy, Kathy Miller, and
This is the
Kalina's agility
account
partner.
statement for a
Congratulations.
health savings account.
Thank you,
Last
Kathy
4
and
digits,
Tish. You guys are amazing.
3094, also in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And can you tell me what the balance of that was on June 7th, 2021?
On June 7th, it would be $7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used for any expenditures, or is that limited, is that a special type of account that's limited to medical expenditures?
It's a special account generally limited to medical expenditures.
Your Honor, this time I'd move states 369 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 370, and see if you can tell me what that particular document is.
Another account, copy of an account statement. This one is the last four digits 6649 in the name of Alex Murdaugh.
All right, can you tell me what the balance is on June 7th, 2021?
The balance on June 7, 2021 is $62,115.06.
My eyes are glazing over with these numbers.
And finally, I've got a set of documents. And Your Honor, real quick, I'll move states 370 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, last one. Can you tell me what?
Tell your mom I was happy to help, little miss.
It's a copy of an account statement, number 5109, in the name of Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, and just real quick,
Matthew,
for the
I want to
record,
answer
I'm
this
having you
as soon
look
as there's
at
a break here.
states 371. All right, going to take a look at it again.
This is a crazy trial. A lot of us think he's guilty, but a lot of us also think the state has not proven
Just go back.
it.
Can you tell me what the account balance is on that particular account?
And there are some of us that also think he's not guilty.
Go back to the first one of June 24th, 2021.
June 24th, 2021, the balance was $23.97.
Basically, all the money in the world has been accounted for here in all these different funds, and Alex stole all of it. That's what we've heard.
Your Honor,
in
this
these
time
last
I've
few
moved
days of
states
testimony.
371 into evidence.
No additional objection.
I think they're about done with this witness.
Submitted.
A Goodman Law Firm, we're talking about what candy Alex is chomping down on nonstop, as well as a little bit about what we think about the case in general, whether we think Alex did it, whether we think he did it and the state hasn't proven it, or whether we think he has not done it. And I guess there's also an option where we think he hasn't done it and he will be found guilty of it because of all these financial crime information that's been presented.
Mr. Malinowski, if at any point in time, if the bank over the years at any point in time had become aware that Alex Murdaugh was having a bank official take client trust money checks and convert them into cashier's checks and other transactions for his own personal use, what would have happened?
Certainly would have a significant conversation in the bank, and we would ask the bank official to stop doing that.
All right. And what would have happened if you uncovered that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, was stealing client funds through that method?
That would have certainly affected his borrowing relationship with the bank and any other relationship he had with the bank.
Would they, if you found out the defendant was stealing, would you loan another dime to him?
No, sir.
If you found out that the defendant had created a fake business account in the name of a legitimate entity and was routing and stealing client money through that account and converting it to his own personal use, at any point in time, what would have happened with his relationship at the bank?
It would have ceased.
This is Creighton's big
Would the
finish.
bank have loaned him any more money?
No, sir.
If the bank found out that the defendant had been forced to resign or been fired from his job, what would have happened with his
Heather
banking
Barnett just sent
relationship?
a
Would the bank have
super
loaned him
sticker
any
with
more money after that?
4.99.
No, sir.
If the
Thank
bank
you,
had
Heather.
found out at any point in time that he had been disbarred,
Love
what
the
would have
super sticker,
happened
and thank you for your support.
to that banking relationship with that defendant?
It would have ceased.
I'm surprised this guy didn't say, and we would have notified authorities and things like that. They're just like, oh, we would have stopped doing it. If anyone found out, we would have stopped. We would have told him not to.
Look at Exhibit 368. What account number is that? What's the last 4 digits of that account number?
6092.
And on June 7th, what's the balance?
$2,185.23.
Looking at Exhibit 356. What's the account number?
6092.
And by the time that applied for deposit comes in, what's the balance on August 6th, 2021?
On August 6, 2021, the balance is a negative $347,784.67.
Hold on for me 1 second.
So a small miscalculation on the checkbook balancing. It happens. We went to the grocery store.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
There you go. That was the big finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Sunshine Sunflowers, glad you figured out the password, and thank you for re-upping a membership for another month. Appreciate your support there. Love having you here. It would not be the same without you. Let's see where we are. Matthew, you had some questions. Not Matthew Harris. Let's see. Where did it go? I was just on it a minute ago. I thought it was Matthew. Let's see. Well, I lost it. Basically, it was comments about, it's on the screen. I can't find it because it's currently on the screen. I agree the state that I think is really reaching now. Don't get me wrong, the money crimes are damning, but this is a murder trial, but they're having nothing physical damning him thus far, is there? Yeah, this is, we've all basically shared this same sentiment at one point or another, that this is a murder trial, and we've heard very little about murder in the past long while. That we're now focusing almost on as if we're retrying him or trying him ahead of time for all these other financial charges. But we knew at the beginning that this is going to be a circumstantial case, that there isn't, the smoking gun evidence that the state can submit, DNA, blood all over Alex's hands or something, a video that catches him in the act. There isn't any of that evidence there. And so everything they're presenting is circumstantial. You can be convicted of a crime on circumstantial evidence, solely circumstantial evidence. And the state's trying to do that. And they're saying that these financial crimes, his financial situation, the desperation that he exhibited, just the fact that he was stealing from, the people who needed this money the most, didn't care who it was, whether it was the children of his longtime housekeeper who practically raised his sons, all the way through, his law partners. He was stealing from everybody. His need for money was so great that when that was unraveling, that when that was all about to come to a head in court, when there was going to be this discovery and everyone would see him for what he was, that he snapped. And either he, out of a financial motive, which hasn't come out in court very much, but we believe there are some documents that show that Moselle was in his wife's name, and that the estate had been changed so that he was the sole beneficiary. And so that would have rolled to him. If she was out of the picture, we know that there was some discord in the marriage and that she was not very happy with some of the decisions, things like that. So we also know that he was upset about some of the liabilities and the things that kept affecting him financially due to the boat accident. So we think all these pressures together, or at least the state thinks all these pressures together, culminated in him snapping, in him either just trying to solve a problem by eliminating the people who in his life were causing the trouble. And yes, we know he's a family man. We know he's a good guy. But people do crimes like this all the time that we just can't wrap our head around. So either he was trying to problem solve his way out of this, and eliminating them was the best option in the moment. Obviously, probably regrets now if that was the case. Or it could have been, somebody said murder-suicide and he didn't have the guts to go through, possibly. We know that there were other things he did where he found that when he would present his personal life situation to people who were digging at his life, digging at his finances, when he presented the information about his dad being sick or his mom being sick or dad in the hospital and being terminal, that the pressure would go off that it would alleviate itself, and he would buy himself some additional time. So maybe that's I think what the state has argued as well. Let's see, a little rant there. Sorry. The rumor is Buster flipped off one of the witnesses. Josh, I'm hoping, does somebody have video on that? I would love to see if Buster flipped somebody off, and who was it he flipped off? That would be very interesting. The judge probably has not heard of that, and just moving him back one row is not, I don't think is the right punishment. The jury's not going to remember the timeline or what was said. Even in closing arguments, the jury might not remember the testimony. I agree. There's too much here. Too many details, too many numbers. I mean, this is almost a math puzzle that they're being asked to put together. So you've got all the numbers, the math, you've got all the people, the names, you've got all the dates on the timeline, and they're supposed to just head to the jury room with a cart full of evidence and a couple, Post-it notes and some tape and try to piece this all together. Vixen's offering her services all over the place for timelines. She does a great job. Next jury trial, I have a needle of a timeline. I'll reach out to you, says Matthew Harris. That's awesome. You cannot be fired for jury duty. Well, if you want to know for sure, go to Matthew Harris's channel. Watch the YouTube video he dropped. I think that was last week, the latest one he put out. Let's see. Amen. So proud of you, Sniffle. There's a lot of motive. This is a lot of motive evidence, not necessarily painting a circumstantial picture of the crime itself, right? But if they can present this in the minds of the jury, which they're doing, it seems like an easier jump for a jury member to see that he might do this. And granted, that's not presented for the purpose of this. That's the disclaimer the judge reads over and over, that this evidence is not presented to say that since he did these crimes, he would also probably have a propensity for murder. It's not supposed to do that, but I think that's the effect it has, which is where the whole grounds for appeal comes in. There's no other reason than money. It's all he cared about, and he would stop at nothing to get as much as he possibly could, betraying friends, stealing from his company, killing his family. It's a short step from that level of thievery to murder, in my opinion. Was there any testimony about his brown shoes, Pam Jam? No, we have not heard really a lot of questions, and I guess we probably won't hear many questions about the clothing he was wearing in the tree video shortly before the murders, and why it was different from the clothing he was wearing later that night, because it was night when the murders happened, or when the police showed up after the murders. We're having a voice chat on Discord tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. All welcome, discussing Murdaugh body language. So anyone who wants to participate in that, join Discord and jump in there for the audio. We can all talk with each other on that one. Oh, that was your launch video today. Can you really be fired for jury duty? Okay, I'm sorry. Last week's was the how to use body language when you're not on trial, right? That's the one. Did they ever look at anyone wanting revenge, or do they have enough from the get-go not to look further? Lady Writer, the defense has asked a lot of witnesses, specifically the SLED agents, this same line of questioning, basically saying, was there ever anyone else you were looking at? And they're like, well, we didn't rule anyone out. And like, yeah, did you ever have any other suspects? It was like, well, we were looking at all the evidence we had. Basically, no. They ruled people out very quickly, but I think when it came time to actually have like a suspect list, I think there was only one, and that was Alex Murdaugh. Blue shirt and khaki pants, where are they? Seriously. The Daryl Brooks trial was easy to understand. Who said that? Who just said that? Let's see who sent me this. Oh, Michelle says, the Daryl Brooks trial was easier to understand. The only thing missing from this trial is a mistress and a love child. If I'm lost in this case, then the jurors must be too. Let's see. Law and Crime was even talking about how the defense is doing a better job than the state, and how their case hasn't connected all the dots. S-Web, they need to do this. They need to connect it. Matthew Gilbert says, I 100% hear and agree with you. Well said, but I don't know, though. I just can't wrap my head around him blowing his own kid's head off. It just doesn't seem like a stone cold killer and the state is reaching for. Yeah, it's quite a stretch. Let me ask you this question, Matthew, and just for you, about Alex's emotion in court. Do you feel that the level of emotion he shows every time Paul is brought up is true, is accurate, given what you've heard about how he's able to connect with people and emotionally, on certain levels, really, he seems to be very in command of his presence with people and knows how to reach them and affect them and get them to think what he wants. Do you think that what we're seeing in court is accurate? Because if it is, I would say that if what we're seeing in court is his real emotions welling up every time that his son's name is mentioned, okay, then I would agree. It would be quite a stretch to say I just can't see how he could go through with this, okay? Because there are two shots. I mean, Maggie was shot at least twice as well, right, in the leg and also a final shot. His son was the same way. So this is not just like a one and done type situation. It's very, I would say, it was planned out. It was intentional. Whoever did this, if his emotions are really genuine, I would have a hard time imagining that he would do this. That he would be able to get to the spot where he would need to be to fire that second shot. Assuming that the first shot was, more than like a second before this, as long as it wasn't all in the same moment. Now, if all his emotions are fake, if it's contrived, if it's an act he's putting on for the jury and for everyone else who's watching, it's easier for me to think he could get to that point. Tish, every person interviewed after said he was nice, quiet, didn't have an enemy in the world, and look what he's capable of doing. It's mind-blowing. There are definitely two Alex Murdaughs. One that everybody knew and one that they found out about. Let's see. People can't wrap their heads around a father killing their child because of money, etc. Unfortunately, I see people who kill for less. It's shocking. You'd think I wouldn't be surprised by it. Why is Buster causing trouble? I think these boys are a little bit of troublemakers all throughout life. Maybe Buster less so than Paul. Let's see. Are they finished for today? They're not finished. We're on a break right now. So we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. I've got the audio on. As soon as the bailiff yells, we'll hear it, as long as the mics are turned on. He didn't kill the son he loved, apparently, although if Buster doesn't get back into law school, he may be on the block next. Yeah, so girl next door, someone was saying that if Buster does not become a lawyer, then it's like 4 generations of Murdaugh family lawyers that stops with him. Because he's the last chance of that Murdaugh legacy in the law community moving on. How strong is the evidence needs to be weighed too, right? And the jury gets to decide that, how much value and weight they put on evidence. The judge decides if the evidence is admissible, if the jury gets to hear it, and the jury can determine, how much value it has, how much weight they give it. Hook and Needles. I could listen to you talk for hours. Great voice. Thank you, Hook and Needles. I could read your text messages for days. so I guess it all evens out. The state has the state talked about Moselle and Maggie's name going to Alec if she was dead. I have not heard this in trial yet, so I don't think the jury's heard that information. Did anyone see where Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 kids and then tried to kill herself? Yes. Oh, sad. He was wearing the cloth shoes at his mom's too. Let's see. Nobody's alt but mine. I love this. Is that the woman that had a conference with the judge from her hospital bed? I don't know that one. Christine says, sorry, late to the party. Been checking out on the behavior panel on the AM interview. Worth viewing. I think, Christine, they're going to do in Discord tonight, I think 8 p.m. in Discord. A lot of the group here is going to be talking about that, about the behavior panel's take on Alex Murdaugh. Surprise, surprise, they think he's guilty. So if you want to talk about that, head over to Discord at 8 p.m. tonight, probably right after dinner. Buster flipped off defense attorney Mark T. O-Town, is there a video of that? Or where did we hear that from? I would love it if it's on video. I would put it in my open. Family has been warned about passing notes to the defense. Not allowed. They're now seated at the back. Finger given by Buster to Mark Tinsley, and then he kicked over a water bottle, possibly accident. They were passing notes to the defense. Yeah, that bar, that divider is there for a reason. Consider it an impenetrable wall. Unless you're invited or called from one side up to the other, you probably shouldn't try to cross it. Authorities need to do a deeper dive into where Murdaugh has stashed all this money. Offshore is my guess. Mo Freedom, I would not be surprised if it's a physical stash somewhere. If there's a pickle jar somewhere under the oak tree, 20 paces to the left, type thing. If there's some money hidden that way, it also wouldn't surprise me if it's in more modern type location, like a cryptocurrency wallet. Always on go. We've heard that Buster may have had interaction with Mark Tinsley, that he might have maybe shown in the middle finger. SLED couldn't have investigated anyone else's because the financial crimes came out months later. Eddie's going to run out and hit the like button. We'll hold the door, Eddie. Come on back in. Let's see. Found the 3 interviews and interrogations very interesting, especially some of the little differences. Loads of theft happens without murder. It does. Theft is, I think, much more prominent than murder. Otherwise, we'd all worry about...
I'm not a camel.
We'd all worry about being killed and not our identities stolen. Brooks just got hit with new charges, says nobody's all but mine. Tell me what the charges are. The stage shooting incident proves he's a loose cannon. That does make it a little easier for me to accept. There's the cackle. It makes it a little easier to accept, him taking a drastic measure. I want to hear what these new charges are, Little Miss, as well. I wonder what they're for. Let's see. Lily says, I'm bored to death with this trial. It has its moments, and Lily, I think if we can get to Mark Tinsley, I think that's a part of this trial. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. That's a part of this trial that I think you'll find interesting. It'll be heated. It's going to be some back and forth. There's probably going to be some objections and some jabs. We definitely saw that in the 404B portion of this hearing, like the in-camera portion.
For the record, I don't consent to that night.
Good people have murdered before. Let's see. S. Webb says, I can't imagine at this point that he could kill Paul and Maggie like that as well after protecting them so fiercely. S. Webb, let me spin it this way for you then and see if you can picture this. Can you imagine, or can you think of anyone who has killed someone to try to protect them from the shame of a situation that's about to come out? Could you picture that? Could you picture Mr. Murdaugh with how he was viewed and how the whole family was viewed in the community, killing his wife and son that he loved because he knew that what he did was going to devastate them and ruin their lives?
There's a lawsuit.
Is that a possibility?
Rise and come to order.
There we go. Check the box. The bailiff has yelled again. So bingo if you've got it. That bailiff. He's got one job, and he does it well. I think the judge smiles every time he hears it.
Please be seated. Your Honor,
yes.
We have a matter that
doesn't need to be heard outside the jury's presence.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We've got some more outside the jury's presence.
This is something new that has come up, Your Honor.
Hey, new.
I'm sure Your Honor recalls the testimony of Shelley Smith this Monday. And her testimony was, let's say, somewhat malleable. We've discovered late last night that a GoFundMe page was set up for Ms. Smith, soliciting donations until the wording was changed during the testimony of the last witness. It read that my mother was caretaker for Alex Murdaugh's mom. She recently had to testify against him, and goes on to say, I want to reward her for her bravery and honesty. The very first donation made on this GoFundMe page, which was made shortly after it first went up last night, was made by attorney Mark Tinsley, who paid her $1,000, presumably following the description of this in consideration of her testimony. And Your Honor, I have, if you want, printouts of the screenshot showing that. Shortly after Mark Tinsley's name actually appeared as the donor for $1,000, he removed his name and it now appears as anonymous. But I'm told the Attorney General has confirmed with Mr. Tinsley that he admits he did make this payment to the witness in the middle of trial, who is still under subpoena.
And therefore?
Your Honor, and therefore, the defense would move to exclude his testimony. And,
on what basis?
Your Honor, the legal standard here is difficult to find. I cannot, searching Westlaw, find a single case in which a prosecutor has tries to put to the jury a lawyer who has already testified he has a direct financial interest in the outcome of this case, who is also making monetary payments to prosecution witnesses during the trial.
There he is.
Your Honor, I
There's
believe
Tinsley.
that this is a question of first impression. And because it's a question of, I understand that the facts here in this case are disturbing, but because it's a question of first impression,
Tinsley's in yellow
I
tie
would
there.
respectfully urge the court to keep in mind the aphorism that bad facts make bad law. A prosecutor, to my knowledge, to Westlaw's knowledge, has never before done this.
What's improper about what he did?
About what Mr. Tinsley did?
Yes.
He made a financial payment to a witness in the middle of a trial that he has a financial interest in the outcome of. He has testified. Who is under subpoena. She's still under subpoena. He made a $1,000 payment as a reward for her honesty, testifying in a matter that he has testified that he has a direct financial interest in.
Well, that would be good fodder for cross-examination.
There you go.
Your Honor, I respect the court's ruling.
I'm not going to strike his testimony. It may be good fodder for cross-examination.
That's actually...
Yes.
One other issue, given the testimony in the in-camera proceedings, we would ask that he be precluded from offering testimony about focus groups on the verdict for the Beach matter, speculation about fixing a jury in Hampton County. These matters don't go to the motive purpose that his testimony is being offered for, and would be prejudicial.
Well, I'm loath to attempt to screen testimony in advance. Lawyers ask questions, lawyers object, and judges rule. So you've sounded a warning to the state that you object to that testimony, and if such a question is asked and an objection is made, then I will rule on the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're going to have to be on their toes.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, so as I said, if you were bored by this trial before, wait a minute, it gets better. Holy cow. Basically, there's no history of this being a problem because nobody's thought to do that before. No witness. Well, he has a financial interest. He's representing somebody who's suing Alex Murdaugh, right? He's representing the family of the boat victims. Okay, and so here he is with an active case against Alex Murdaugh, where if he's found guilty here, it will definitely help his case against Alex. It's not going to be harmful at all, and so he pays money to it looks like a son or a daughter of Mrs. Smith, who testified earlier. I believe that was his assistant, his paralegal, right? And the judge allows it in. The judge says, what's your point, right?
Jury is present, sir.
Okay, cross-examination.
Tinsley is so ready for that.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be spicy. It's going to be so good for Tinsley. You do not want to miss Tinsley's questioning. I hope it. I don't think it'll come tonight, unfortunately. Might be tomorrow, first thing.
The $750,000 loan that was made in July of 2021, that was approved by 3 members of the executive committee, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And the 3 members that approved that loan were Mr. Charlie Lafitte, Mr. Russell Lafitte, and Ms. Gray Henderson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Seriously,
Mr.
Tish.
Charlie Lafitte was chairman of the board of the Palmetto State Bank at the time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's the largest shareholder of Palmetto State Bank.
Him individually, no.
He wasn't the
Thanks for that
largest
correction,
individual?
Miss Chris.
Nope.
Did he own 30% of the bank?
Not individually, no.
Okay. The
His mom's caretaker.
and then his son was Russell Lafitte,
That's correct.
and his daughter was Gray Henderson.
Correct.
And it was his position that if Alex Murdaugh wanted a loan from Palmetto State Bank, that the bank would loan him the money. Is that correct?
That was his opinion.
Lindsay, this is
And
funny.
Alex
You brought it
Murdaugh was a member of PMPED law firm. You're aware of that at the time?
Yes, sir.
And PMPED law firm was one of the most largest customers of the bank.
It was a large customer of the bank.
And the partners in the firm all had banking relationships with the bank, correct?
I'm aware that many did, yes.
And oftentimes when members of the law firm had clients who needed to borrow money before they got recoveries in their case, the partners from the firm would send them to the bank, and the bank would loan money on future recoveries. Are you aware
Adam
of that?
Tinsley's wearing the
Yes,
yellow
I am.
tie just behind,
And so the firm was
like 3 rows
good
back in the
business for the
picture right
bank.
there.
It was a good customer.
And the bank, in turn, was provided good services
Sort of like a light
to the
blue
members
suit
of the firm.
and yellow tie sitting next
Yes,
to the
sir.
blonde-haired woman
And if it
in
meant,
black shirt.
getting a loan in a rush
Let me show you on the other picture.
without having all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, I mean, that would happen. Isn't that right?
Not to that magnitude, no.
Well, it certainly happened with Mr. Alex Murdaugh in July of 2021, right?
I believe in August of 2021.
Well, the loan was made, the money was provided to Mr. Alex Murdaugh in July of 2021, right?
$350,000 was provided in with that wire transfer I subsequently had knowledge of.
And the documentation was essentially loan not on the books, or what's the acronym?
Loans not on system, LNOS.
Right. But it's a loan, it's just not on the system.
It's an advance from a general ledger account.
To be documented as a loan down the road.
One would hope, yes, sir.
And that's what happened here
Eventually,
in August.
in August.
Now, Alec didn't work for the bank, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't represent the bank, did he?
To my knowledge, no.
He was just a good customer of the bank, is that right?
Yes, sir.
It seems bad.
And the bank
Chris?
treated him like a good customer because that was in the bank's
Rhonda?
interest.
Yes, sir.
But really, he's just a witness. The witness is not precluded from doing anything with another witness, as far as paying money to a
Now, you said
charity,
something-
basically, or their charitable cause. I guess it wasn't charity; it was
Direct
direct profit.
that I want to follow up on. And my notes say that after the tragic murder of Maggie and Paul, that the bank undertook a loan review of Alex's loans. Is that right?
In response to the August 9th email, yes, sir.
Well, the August 9th email was triggered because of
Kathy, you're
Maggie
going
and Paul's murders?
You're going to want to
That and
rewind to
other
right after the break.
information, yes, sir.
Okay, and what other
And watch
information?
on 2 times
I
speed.
think Mr. Norris Lafitte had asked some questions or had conversations with individuals and wanted to know the full accounting of the bank's relationship.
Okay.
Tinsley acknowledged it, Rhonda.
And one of the factors that Mr. Norris Lafitte included was he had just lost his wife and son, and let's take a look at his standing with the bank, loans outstanding, et
I
cetera.
think that's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Okay. Up until June 7th, 2021, the bank was not examining Alex loans, were they?
We're not scrutinizing them, no, sir.
Yeah. He did he and Maggie had a loan review from the bank, whether they knew it or not, back in July 10th of 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 91 and ask if this is the loan review that was done, documented to the Executive Committee on July 10th, 2020.
This is not an argument this defense lawyer wants to head down.
Yes, this is a copy of a loan review prepared by Gray Henderson.
Because it's dated, it's backdated. And you
Summary
don't
of
backdate
Alex
documents in a
Murdaugh
bank.
and Maggie Murdaugh.
Thank you.
Jenny, the rule is not in play. Witnesses are allowed to be in court.
July 2020. Your Honor, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 91 in evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Just put the front page up there. And so, Doug, go down so we can see keep going. There you go. So to the Executive Committee on July 10th, 2020, who was on the Executive Committee with the bank?
At that time, Charlie Lafitte, Russell Lafitte, Gray Henderson, myself, I believe Scott Swain was on it at that time.
And it's a 5-member Executive Committee?
Yes, sir.
The jury hasn't seen Tinsley yet.
And I think you mentioned earlier that does it take the majority of the committee to approve loans over a certain amount?
Sitting in a meeting, yes, sir.
Excuse me?
In a meeting, yes, sir.
Okay.
This was good sleuthing by the defense to find that.
Gray Henderson is preparing this loan review for Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
It says Richard Alexander Alex Murdaugh is a lifetime resident of Hampton County. He and his wife, Margaret B. Maggie, recently sold their home in Hampton and moved their permanent residence to their farm in Islandton. Alex is a respected partner with Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich law firm. They are currently involved in a wrongful death suit involving their youngest son, Paul, in a boating accident. Civil case is still pending. So that was the background on this.
That was a general summary of current situation.
And then the reviewed financials related to their tax returns and whatnot. Is that correct?
She's just stating in there that what financial information we have on file.
Okay. And then you go through each outstanding loan. Is that right?
It's a summary of the loan, yes, sir.
Okay. And the first loan is can you tell us what that is? Williams Island on St. Helena?
We had a loan, I believe that loan was a joint loan with a gentleman by the name of Barrett Bowler, secured by 2 or 3 little islands off St. Helena.
And that loan's in good standing?
Ivan, I agree with you, but at the same time, there's this witness is
all
very
payments
quick
made as
on his
agreed.
feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
now the next
defense
loan
has
is
not
a
shown
loan
that they're really agile in the
that's the
questioning.
Edisto Beach House, is that right?
Yes,
so
sir.
it may backfire on them a little
And
bit.
here it says that the home appraised for $440 in February of 2016, and current balance on the note was $206,000. This is in July of 2020, is that right?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Buster's 3
It
rows
says
back.
they've been
He's here. He's on the
30
other side.
days late 3 times, I think that's what it says.
Yes, sir.
I guess if you go over 30 days on your loan payment, that's a strike against you when
It gets noticed.
it gets noticed. But that house at Edisto, the bank had a mortgage on it dating back at least for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know it recently sold,
Yes,
that
sir.
house. And do you know the sale price?
I think it was
3.9
just
million.
below $1 million.
Okay.
Oh, Edisto?
So the bank's in a pretty good position here in July 2020 with
I think Mosell's also selling
$200,000
for
on
about $4 million.
what sold a couple of years later for $1 million, right?
Many years later, but yes.
How many years later?
Well, I think it occurred in 2022, and this is in 2020.
2 years then? To go with that?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
2 years is many.
Too many?
In the real estate market, 2 years can
Right.
be a long time.
All right, then the next loan is first mortgage on, I don't know what you're doing there, Doug. It's on
Doug's the guy running
856
the,
acres, and the second
Elmo.
mortgage on 914 acres. That's the Moselle property, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what's the outstanding balance of that loan?
$719,769.16.
And what kind of value do you have there?
Good value in it. If the appraisal is $3.3 million.
Now, you know there's a contract on that property today?
I understand there is, yes.
You know what it is?
No, sir, I don't.
3.9?
You know it's more than 3.3?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I do.
Bank still has a mortgage on it?
We do.
Okay. You turn the page, Doug? If that's the last one on there. And here's another loan. And I guess that's part of the same, that's another tract at Moselle with additional, was that the same loan? Are we talking about a new loan here?
I believe we are, yes.
Okay, and what is this?
This balance is $888,527.08.
Okay. And what's the value we have on this?
Assume it's the Moselle $3.3 million from the preceding loan.
No truth to the rumor that I'm buying the
Two
Moselle
mortgages on
property,
the single
Jojo.
property.
No truth.
All right.
Or the acreages.
And then the conclusion here, the summary is Alex and Maggie Murdaugh are longtime customers of Palmetto State Bank. They've had some late payments, but in my opinion, those are mainly due to Alex being hard to reach and set appointments to sign the paperwork. The majority of his payments are set up on an annual basis because the law firm makes their distributions in December. Now,
It's
let
7.
me ask you about that. Were you aware that
Let me answer why I think that
a lot of
us
the
thought
law
this
firm
might have been an issue, but it's not.
who owe money to Palmetto State Bank just pay once a year because that's really when the bulk of their income is generated or received.
That's my understanding. That's correct.
And so this was not special just to Alec, but it's not, but other partners at the firm have the same payment plan.
You're setting up the repayment to coincide with the receipt of their income or the bulk of the income.
Sure. And it says the Murdaughs have always
Hold on
paid
to
their
this question,
loans to the
7,
bank.
and ask me as soon as there's
And I
a
do not
pause.
see that changing. And it says, depending on the outcome of the pending lawsuit, they may have to liquidate some assets, but our loans are more than sufficiently collateralized. Meaning, you've got plenty of security, is that right?
In 2020, yes, sir.
Alex's mom's caretaker had a GoFundMe account set up by, I believe, a child, one of her children, and Mark Tinsley donated $1,000 to it. Then changed his donation to show anonymous, but has acknowledged that it was
Alec
him.
and Maggie have, to your knowledge, never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank.
My knowledge, they have not.
Now, there were some loans that were, I guess, written off, as you said, or charged off, where Alec was member of a partnership, LLC, some sort of structure where there were other partners involved, and that those loans went in default. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But Alec kept paying on those notes, did he not?
Periodically, he'd make payments.
Did any of the other partners in Redbeard or United, were they making payments?
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, it was only Alec that was making the payments?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there any reason in the world for Alec to believe that in June of 2021, if he needed additional money from Palmetto State Bank, that he couldn't just go down there and talk to Russell Lafitte or Charlie Lafitte and ask for a loan?
In June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any reason why he couldn't have that conversation with Charlie and Russell.
And he had, to your knowledge, never put on any notice that your business is not welcome here at Palmetto State Bank in June of 2021, is that right?
In June of 2021, that's correct.
In June of 2021, the bank is fully collateralized on the outstanding notes.
With the exception of the one where he was a co-borrower, I believe, with his father. I think that was an unsecured loan.
And his father being Randolph Murdaugh.
The third, yes, sir.
The third, yes. One second, Your Honor.
I don't think it's an issue for Tinsley to give her a check. First of all, it would have been a problem had the seclusion rule been applied, where the jury's witnesses can't hear other people testify, because that would show that he was paying attention to or seeking out information about it. But that's not the case here. It's just one member of the public.
You're asking about
donated
whether
to a GoFundMe.
Alec made some year-end payments on some of those charged-off loans, correct?
If it was,
yes, sir.
If it was his court case where he was prosecuting and he was sending money to a witness, that would be a problem.
Ultimately converted money from client funds?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked whether or not in June of 2021 whether
Thanks for being here, Ivan. Have a great day at the store.
Could have talked to Charlie Lafitte or Russell Lafitte about another loan. Is that right?
In June of 2021, yes.
In June of 2021. At that point in time, had it come out that he had been stealing client funds for years?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been disbarred?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been diverting fees from his law firm?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been forced to resign from his law firm?
No, sir.
If any other things had come out, would the bank continue to have loaned him money?
No, sir.
I'm going to look up this case law.
Mr. Griffin asked you if Alec had been a good customer. Correct?
Yes, sir.
When all of this crashed and burned, was the bank left holding the bag for all these uncollected loans?
Yes, sir.
Including the $750,000?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Malinowski, the bank had mortgages on the properties that we just went over, did it not?
They did.
And those mortgages didn't disappear when Alex Murdaugh, when all this came to light, did they?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is it Mark?
State calls Mark Tinsley.
It's Mark. We get him. Here he is. This is going to be good. You guys do not want to miss this. If you have to call in your boss sick or something, do it now. This is the one you want to hear. This guy is a firecracker. He's very witty. He's extremely comfortable on the witness stand.
Do you affirm the testimony about the witness?
And there's absolutely zero love lost between him and Alex Murdaugh.
State your name again.
They have a hate relationship. I think it's just hate, not love, hate.
My name is Mark Tinsley, Tinsley.
Okay, here we go. This is going to get good. Mostly in the cross, I think it'll be the most interesting. I doubt the state's going to bring up the payment to
Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Please tell them a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, and a little bit about your profession, please.
Sure. I said my name's Mark Tinsley. I'm a lawyer. I practice in Allendale. I've been there since about 2000. I'm originally from...
Mr. Tinsley, get that mic a little bit closer to you.
Or talk into it.
The mic's short, and my knees apparently are long because it's just the most uncomfortable place to sit.
You can bend it down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
He's a small guy. Think of all the big guys.
I'm from Anderson originally. I went to Clemson. I carried an orange book bag when I was at Carolina. I went to law school there. I graduated in '98. I worked in Columbia for a couple of years doing primarily insurance defense work. You've heard a lot of plaintiffs' lawyers. So I would have been one of the lawyers representing an insurance company that was hired to or had the coverage on somebody who was getting sued, or I would have dealt with coverage. Is a specific loss covered or something? So that's primarily what I did for the first 2 years. One of my good friends was originally from Barnwell. I made my way to Allendale in 2000, and I've been there ever since.
And so since Barnwell, have you been in a law firm? You've been in practice? Tell us a little more about that.
I have. I practice with Gooding and Gooding. When you live in a small town, you do all kinds of things. I have the luxury of having a successful practice and being able to go to different places and handle cases. I try cases. I try truck wrecks. I try highway defect cases where there's something wrong with the way that the contractor had not really designed the road, but maintained the road, and somebody gets catastrophically injured. I've tried bad faith cases where an insurance company has coverage, but for some reason or another, they don't do what they were supposed to do.
All I need to say
under
right here is I
contract,
chase ambulances.
Their
That's
insured
basically what he's trying to
gets
say.
harmed as a result or suffers a
Put
loss.
a nice polish on it.
And so, I pick and choose, but when you're in a small town, you help people. And so I end up doing all kinds of things. There's no case that's too small, no case that's too big. If I can help you, I try to help you.
All right. Over the years, being a lawyer doing this kind of work in this area, have you had call to get to know the lawyers and what used to be known as PMPED?
I have. There's only 17 miles basically between Allendale and Hampton, small bars. At one time, I think there were really only 4, maybe 5 lawyers in Allendale, and about twice, maybe it ultimately gets up to 3 or 4 times that many in Hampton, but it's a small bar. And I had occasion to work with, you saw Ronnie Crosby, I think, yesterday. I've handled a number of cases with Ronnie Crosby. You've heard Lee Cope's name mentioned. I've had cases with Lee Cope, but I knew everybody.
All right, and did that include the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It does.
And how long have you known him?
It's hard. I heard Chris Wilson this morning. I don't remember exactly. I came in 2000. I always remember him being there, so sometime shortly after I came to practice in the 14th Circuit.
And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Sure. He's immediately to the right of Mr. Harpootlian.
Can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Over the years, as you knew Alex Murdaugh, did you ever do anything professionally, either with him or against him?
I hate to be a lawyer, Mr. Waters. I have. I had a case where a defendant was in default, and Alex was a special referee, meaning you may remember Chris Wilson said in that Mack truck case, one of the defendants didn't answer, and so if you get sued and you don't respond at the right time, then you're in default. And so the other side, by default, wins, generally. And Alex was my special referee, meaning this guy had been accused of selling some property under lien. He was arrested at his job, and we sued a company called Southern Finance that incidentally went into bankruptcy. It's a long, complicated story, but we got reversed, and so I didn't do that again.
But just generally, have you had, go ahead.
Well, yeah, but I didn't handle cases with Alex. I didn't, unlike, say, Ronnie or Lee Cope, and we just didn't have that sort of relationship. I guess he and I did so much of the same thing. I don't recall a time over the last 20 years where we worked on a case together.
Being a small bar and doing the same kind of thing, though, y'all are generally familiar with one another and the type of cases y'all were handling and that sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a small bar, and you go to the roster meetings, you know what everybody's doing, you see what cases they have. Yeah, absolutely. You know if they have a success, a big case, or a failure.
You ever been in court when Alec was doing a closing argument?
Yes, probably a couple of times. There was, he tried a case in Allendale. It was the first case, I think it was 98 that the Allendale courthouse burned. The story is that Judge Peoples from Barnwell was going to sentence some guy for a drug offense, and Judge Peoples was very strict on drug offenses, and so the guys who were going to be sentenced on Monday decided Sunday would be a good day to burn the courthouse. So they burned the courthouse, and so many months later, I think Judge Peoples ended up sentencing them.
Relevance grounds?
At any rate,
at any rate,
they rebuilt the courthouse, and so the first case that was tried in 2005, Alec tried, and I was there when he made his closing argument.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for just a second. Hold tight, just 1 second. We've got to sync up the audio so we can get the Buster cam to work properly here.
You were present when he did the closing on that?
I was.
Did he get emotional during that closing?
He cried.
Okay, that was perfect.
Relevance?
Here come the objections.
Your Honor, I think this is just relevant to the defendant and his practice as a lawyer, background information, and I think there's been a lot put in issue about the defense about that as well, and I think this is fair from this witness.
We're in the year 2000.
2005. It was March of 2005. It was.
Sustain the objection.
Sustained. Here we go. Let's look for Buster. He's back there.
Let me ask you
I see
just
him.
a little bit about, though, being in this kind of type
Top
of
left
work.
corner.
In a sort of small bar in a small area. You said y'all are generally familiar with what each other are doing who do similar work?
I think so.
All right. And when you're, are there any sort of documentation at the court, jury rosters, or anything like that, or rosters that you can pay attention to and have an idea of what each other's doing?
Well, I mean, it is a roster. It is a list of cases. Generally, a case comes up for trial, not in civil cases I'm talking about. Supposed to be about a year old. It's usually longer than that, but they go on this list. And so come Monday morning, all the lawyers would show up. There's 100 cases, and so you see what's coming up, who has what cases. And in Hampton in particular, Alec usually seemed like a majority of the cases on the Hampton roster. His name would be on them anyway.
All right. And being a small bar and being, part of that, kind of doing the similar work, is it not uncommon for you to have some knowledge of some of those cases and for others to have knowledge of the cases you're working on?
Sure. Lawyers are the biggest gossips in the world. I mean, everybody knew what everybody was doing.
If you see a case that's on there and then it gets removed or disappears, does that indicate anything to you?
No. I mean, it indicates they were settled. But oftentimes, when you go through the roster, there's actually a notation. The case is settled. The judge will sign what's called a form order, which just administratively disposes of it, takes it off the roster so that it doesn't stay on that list.
And being as part of that small bar, and this is kind of work you do, that's something you generally pay attention to, as other lawyers part of that area do as well.
Well, it's a lot like sitting in here. I mean, it's easier to pay attention than just sit there bored. So, yeah, you pay attention to it.
The jurors like objection.
Are you familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
I am very familiar. I represent the Beach family. So I filed the boat case.
And you say the Beach family, are you talking about the family of Mallory Beach?
That's my case.
The family of Mallory Beach, that's right.
And is she the young woman who died in the boat accident?
She did.
And what was the date of that accident?
It was the early morning hours of February 24th, 2019.
At some point, you said you were representing the Beach family. At some point, you were approached by the Beach family?
I was, shortly after the wreck. There was an incident on the causeway. So this boat crash happens. There's a bridge called, you go over Archer's Creek. Archer's Creek is it's a creek that separates Paris Island, the marine installation, from, I guess that's Port Royal. And the boat crash happened at that bridge. There's a road, if you can imagine the causeway, there's an old road that goes down to the base of the bridge. And after the boat crash, the law enforcement had cordoned off, had a rope up or yellow flag, yellow taping up, and so Miss Beach wanted to go down to see where her daughter had died. And she wasn't allowed to.
Objection. Relevance 403.
He's about to testify that the mother of the missing daughter is not allowed to go to the crime scene, but
she
the
wasn't
Murdaugh
allowed
family
to go
was.
down to the bridge.
She
was
was
told
not?
She was not. She was told it was a crime scene, and she couldn't go down there.
All right. What else did she, and when she was hiring you, what else did she report?
Almost immediately thereafter.
Hearsay.
For the truth of the matter, asserted the effect on the listener and the reasons for the actions he took, which has become relevant in the boat case.
Only argued when requested by the court.
My apologies.
Objection overruled.
Almost immediately thereafter, a car pulled up driven by Alex's father. His wife was in the front seat. Alex's wife, Maggie, was in the front seat. They were waved down to the bridge, and that caused her a great amount of distress.
Did she ultimately hire you to represent her?
That day I got involved.
At some point, as you get involved, do you start to investigate the occurrence?
I did. I started to investigate, but I started to try to put pressure on law enforcement, which is, I'm drawing a distinction there almost immediately, because the concern was that it was going to get covered up by the Beach family, and they didn't want that to happen.
Your Honor, I would object to these references to covering up. It's not relevant to the motive purpose for this testimony, and it is prejudicial under 403.
I sustain the objection.
Strike the previous response.
Objection is sustained. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Just generally, you investigate the case, is that
I did.
correct? And at some point, did you reach out or have any discussions with anyone who was representing the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did. Well, I've talked to a number of the partners, but after I began...
When you say partners, you're talking about PMP?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
All right.
But eventually I came to know that Danny Henderson was appointed as Alex's personal counsel, who was one of the partners. You may remember there was a video from Alec in the front seat of the law enforcement car, and the arm that reaches up and squeezes his shoulder while he's crying. That's Danny Henderson.
All right. And did you and Danny Henderson, did he have any documents for you to review?
He brought me all of the insurance policies for all of the insurance that Alec had in place at the time of the boat crash.
The guy who objected was the guy
What reason did he bring you those documents?
who brought up the GoFundMe right after the break. He was off screen.
When you do what I do, we can't turn back the hands. We can't undo what's happened. And so, the best that you can hope, and when you get a case like this, this kind of loss, nobody gets what their case is worth, if that means anything. I mean, nobody would willingly trade place with these people for money. But that's all that you can do in a civil case is recover money. And so some things are covered by insurance, some things are not. And so many times when we are drafting lawsuits, we want to know what insurance there was so that we try not to destroy the ability for the insurance to apply in the beginning. So that would have been the reason I was looking at the insurance.
His attorney, Danny Henderson, brought the defendant's policies to you to review, is that right?
It seems like it was a week, 10 days after the boat crash.
All right, and did you review those?
I did.
And what if anything, did you find in those documents?
It did not appear to me that, that he had any coverage other than there was a policy with Progressive, a watercraft policy that applied to the boat. It was $500,000, and it was offered by Progressive immediately. When you have a catastrophic loss, it's not unusual that an insurance company will say, here's our money, take it, please. Because they have an obligation to protect their insured if they can. The other policies that he had didn't provide coverage except for
hunting,
a for-hire hunting operation, which this didn't arise out of. And so,
what company was that with?
Philadelphia Insurance.
All right, and again, that policy was limited to what?
The occurrence, the accident, if you will, had to arise out of a hunting operation.
So if Paul was a guide on a duck hunt and using the boat for that during the
there was some way to say
event,
that this boat
it would apply.
Ride this night did that, there were very specific watercraft exclusions that then excluded the coverage. So accidents are covered, but then you have all these exclusions that take the coverage away, and so there was no coverage.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy? First, tell the jury what an umbrella policy is very quickly, if you could.
An umbrella policy would be if you have a primary policy, say on your car, the umbrella policy would sort of be a coverage. It could be broader than your car. It could also apply to your house. Generally, that coverage is the limits are multiples of maybe what your liability limits are, and it could be broader than just your house. It could apply to your house and your car. So I don't remember. I think all of the coverage was with Philadelphia, and I remember reviewing all the policies. I don't remember if it was exactly what they were referred to this time.
Did you ever find out if the defendant had an umbrella policy or the status of that policy?
There was no coverage for this boat crash other than with Progressive on the boat.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy at one time, to your review?
He had coverage. He had the coverage with Lloyd's of London and Nautilus immediately before, which was the coverage that was in effect when Gloria Satterfield fell at his house. And he had an umbrella policy there.
All right. And what happened to that policy, that coverage?
The policy came up for renewal. You know, normally they're a year. It comes up for renewal, and this claim's still open. And so when it came up for renewal, the insurance company wouldn't renew the policy, and they canceled it, which is why he then went and bought this hunting club.
He didn't have any
hunting
coverage other than Progressive, $500,000.
Whatever that policy was, but didn't really cover anything because he didn't have that kind of business.
In your assessment and judgment, would that Philadelphia Hunting Lodge policy provide any coverage for the boating accident?
It did not. I told Danny Henderson in November of 2019 that it did not. Philadelphia filed something called a declaratory judgment action where they go and ask the court to declare their rights, meaning we don't have any coverage. It's clear the policy doesn't apply. Judge, tell, in this case, the plaintiff, because they sued us, the Beach family, and they sued Alex Murdaugh for a declaration there was no coverage. I refused to participate. I said I would just be bound by whatever the result was because I knew what the result was going to be.
Generally, at this point in time, what was your assessment of the defendant, how lucrative the defendant's practice was and his general wealth?
Well, so I believe that he was making lots of money. I told you that he had most of the cases. So if that's 50% or 60% of the cases that are actively resolving, he's actively making money. Money's coming in. Now, whether I knew that how the law firm worked in terms of they would get their money at the end of the year, that's not uncommon, but it doesn't really change the fact that he's making lots of money. And that didn't really change in the time that I knew him. It certainly hadn't changed in the years immediately preceding the boat crash, so by the last 3 to 5 years.
All right. And ultimately, with your review of the insurance coverages,
the only one that you thought was applicable was which one?
The progressive boat policy.
And how much was that?
$500,000.
And from your assessment of the case, was that going to be enough?
No, it wasn't. There were 6 people on the boat, including Alex's son, Paul. So there was one girl whose hand was pretty severely injured. She had about $130,000 in medical bills, a couple of surgeries. You had one boy who was thrown into the console and had a broken jaw.
Object to this, 401, 403.
And opinion.
Objections overruled.
And his medical bills exceeded $100,000. So, you got a death, you got 2 people with substantial medical bills, and there was just no way there was enough coverage at $500,000.
As a result of that assessment,
there's an ASMR warning.
your
Refilling my water
assessment of
bunk.
the defendant's lucrative practice and wealth, what, if any, goals did you develop for this particular litigation?
I don't know if it's as easy to answer that, but as I began to realize there was no coverage, it was clear that and oftentimes when you have someone who is very affluent, who has a lot of money, it's not uncommon for those people to pay in addition to what they have in insurance. And so Alec was going to have to pay out of his own pocket to settle the cases.
Did you ultimately file suit in this matter?
I filed suit, I think, about a month after the boat crash. I filed suit before the criminal charges were brought.
Criminal charges against who?
Paul, I'm sorry.
And so in March of 2019, you filed suit?
I believe so.
And did you sue the defendant?
I did.
All right. Without getting into the weeds too much, what's the basis of potential liability for the defendant?
So, in the very beginning, if there was any chance at coverage, the allegations were that he knew that his son Buster, his older son Buster, who was 21 years old, had obtained a duplicate license, and that Paul was using that license to buy alcohol. And so it's sort of a, Alex lawyers from time to time have characterized it as negligent parenting, but it's in the law you have this idea that there's this thing called negligent entrustment. You know that somebody drinks, you know that he has a propensity to drink in excess, get drunk. You give him your vehicle, you've created a hazardous situation, and so that's the liability against Alec. And so what I did in the very beginning, in the first lawsuit, was I drafted it to try to see if there could be coverage, even though I didn't think it was going to be successful.
You testified that you'd made the assessment that the defendant was going to have to personally pay in this matter, correct?
He was.
Did you ultimately communicate that to his attorneys and to the defense in this case?
Multiple times and very clearly.
And in this case, I mean the boat case?
Yes.
Is there such a concept as a friendly defendant or a venue defendant or a placeholder defendant in civil litigation?
There is.
Can you just very quickly explain that to the jury?
It started, you first see the references back in, I think it was the 40s and 50s, and it was a way that if you're from out of state and you get sued in South Carolina, you have a right, rather than be in state court like we are now, you could have it, that case against you taken to federal court. And so oftentimes what people would do to keep the out-of-state person from taking it to federal court and rather keep it in the county where they knew everybody is you would also sue someone in state. And so it was a venue defendant. Now, and that kept the federal court from having what's called diversity. But in civil cases in state court, Sometimes you do that. I mean, if there are two people driving a car, driving two cars, two people involved in the wreck, you know, the passenger didn't cause the wreck. So you could sue both and let the jury sort out who it was, even though you believe that probably 99% of the liabilities on one person, or maybe all of it's on one person. Juries do crazy things sometimes.
Had you made it clear to the defense during this time that you were not considering the defendant just a friendly defendant or a placeholder defendant or a venue defendant?
From the beginning and very clearly.
And that meant you were seeking a personal recovery against him?
He was always going to have to pay, and pay a lot of money.
Does your area of the law, do y'all have some sort of annual conference every year that many people involved in it attend?
We do. Michael Gunn mentioned it. I think he called it SCADG or SCAD. I don't know. So I called it the Trial Lawyers Conference. It was at the Westin at Hilton Head every year.
And what time of year does that, what month does that take place?
It's usually the first weekend of August. So that if that's first, second, third, or fourth, fifth, and sixth, but it's usually that first week of August.
In August of 2019, did you
AJ, you're never going to let me live that down.
And did you see the defendant there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him?
Normally, different law firms have dinners and groups of lawyers. It's because it's marketing too, right? I mean, you go and you have dinners and you take other lawyers out who may send you cases or get you involved in cases. And so after dinner, everybody sort of comes back to the hotel, and there at the Westin, there's a gathering area. And I think it was a fundraiser, either for Mr. Harpootlian or for Lindsey Graham. But there was a whole room of lawyers, and he saw me. And this is the first sort of gathering. There's a little tension, I think, generally in the room about it, and then he beelines across the room and gets about this close.
And what does the defendant say to you?
Hey, Bo, what's this I've been hearing about what you've been saying? I thought we were friends.
And did you respond to that?
I did. I told him that we were friends, that if he didn't think that I was going to do everything I needed to do to help my clients, he was wrong, and he needed to settle the case.
Was that conversation about your intent to seek a personal recovery?
That's when he said, what's this about what I've been hearing? I thought we were friends. That's what he was talking about. He didn't like the fact that I was saying he was going to have to come out of his pocket and pay.
Moving on to the following month, was there a mediation in the case?
The next year. So that was August of 19. We don't have the mediation until September of 20.
At this point in time, the case has been filed, and without getting into detail, you're generally engaging in the discovery process. Is that correct?
We are, which is you go and you put witnesses under oath, and you take their depositions and you examine them and you collect documents and those sorts of things. But we were taking depositions, primarily of law enforcement, the people at the emergency room, that sort of thing.
What happened in March of 2020 that affected everybody?
Well, COVID began to shut the courts down. We continued to take some depositions, but ultimately, I think it was probably April, May, then we were sort of confined to our offices by then. So in March, we're still taking depositions of law enforcement, and it sort of slows down.
Do you continue to work on the boat case?
We did.
Continue to gather evidence and documentation?
I did. One of, there was a number of things that we knew existed that had not been collected by law enforcement and didn't appear to exist as far as law enforcement were concerned. And so, for instance, I subpoenaed from the Department of Defense, I believe, and ultimately got all of the federal government's documents of affidavits and things of witnesses that were out there from Parris Island.
And without getting into all the details of the evidence, were you gathering evidence that you felt made your claim against the defendant strong?
It did.
And did you share some of these at least some of these findings with the defense?
Well, they're sitting in the room. I mean, they might not know it until I bring it out. The first lawyer asks questions, and then the person may or may not be completely truthful, and then you bring out the document. And so they're seeing it happen. And that's mainly with law enforcement. There were a number of law enforcement depositions where that happened.
As you're moving through the months of COVID and their shutdown and everything like that, is one of the things that you do is use a mock jury to sort of assess your case.
Here comes the objections. Yeah.
401, 403.
Objections overruled.
It's allowed.
I did in this case.
All right. And some of this evidence that you felt was strong, did you sort of present that to this mock jury? It is just as a tool to help you assess how strong your case is and how likely it is of a recovery.
Yes, and I was specifically interested in Beaufort County, and I can explain that if you want.
Just very briefly. Let's try not to get into the weeds too much, but just yeah, if you can.
So the alcohol was sold by a convenience store, Parker's convenience store.
There's Parker's.
And the Parker's lawyer at times would seem to act like Paul wasn't the driver, and at other times
The objection's overruled.
at other times he would go after law enforcement specifically about that particular officer's connection with Alex Murdaugh or the Murdaughs in general. And so you really can't have it both ways, right? I mean, if Paul's not the driver, you don't really worry about the alcohol that was sold, then the connection with law enforcement sort of becomes irrelevant. So and it was clear what they were doing was they were trying to try a case that look at all the bad things, don't let him get away with this because of verdict against Parker's. And so I was interested in if we went to Beaufort, because I'm being told by Alex's lawyer that a Hampton jury won't return a verdict against him. And so what I'm trying to determine is if we go to Beaufort, is the evidence that I have uncovered so overwhelming that a jury ignores the clear breaches by Parker's company?
And ultimately, again, without getting into the weeds, were the results of that exercise with the mock jury, did that give you further confidence in the strength of a large recovery against the defendant? Just answer
Yeah, absolutely.
And ultimately, did you communicate that to the defendant's defense team?
I did. I also, to Ronnie Crosby, who said that he would talk to Alec, and then they wanted copies of some of the statements by the people that wanted to take everything he had.
What time period are we talking about right
This
here?
was May of 20.
Did you have anything else going on in your life as this time period was going as well?
Well, I was getting divorced.
That's significant.
Yeah. But yeah, so,
All right.
but, yeah, I think you're later in the summer, but.
I got you. As we move from May of 2020 into the fall of 2020, are those conversations continuing with the defense about the strength of your case and your desire to have a personal recovery against the defendant?
Sure, there was a lot of pushback about the shock that I would hold Alec personally responsible, make him pay. And then in August of 20, I figured out that I had cancer, and but we continued to work, And then probably by November, I knew how bad it was. And I knew that I was going to be gone. And so I tried to make arrangements to do things because I'm still having to decide. The case is getting some age on it. We filed it pretty soon. A case that gets about a year old ought to go on the trial roster. We have mandatory mediation. We're going to mediate it in September, and then immediately after that, it would be eligible for trial. We didn't settle the case, and in November, I sent some requests to admit, which is in the law, in civil cases, there's all this evidence. It's like in here, you've seen this. You have to bring somebody in here that says, I opened the car door, and then you bring the next guy in and says, well, I took the mats out. And if that's not disputed, then we can send something, it's a written question, say, admit that it was daylight when this happened. Okay, we'll admit that. So we don't have to call somebody in. And so it's admit certain facts to be true, and then those things are taken as true, and we don't have to presume them. So I had made up my mind that I was going to send the case to Beaufort after the focus groups, and I was going to try the case in Beaufort. So I sent requests to admit in November of 19 before I was about to leave to go to Florida for my cancer treatment.
In November of 19?
I'm sorry, November of 20. I think it was November the 19th. But.
All right, before we get there, you'd had some discussions with the defense about the strength of your case, as you've talked about, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And the strength of your case against the defendant, is that correct?
Yeah, and one
just
of the
real
other...
quick, let me ask a question if we could.
Sure.
Had you had any discussions about a number that you were seeking from the defendant, roughly?
Ultimately, I have that conversation. They pushed me for a number. By November, I've given them a number, yes.
All right. And roughly what that number was?
That number, he was going to have to pay $10 million out of his pocket.
10.
And did the defense have any response to you eventually?
That he could cobble together $1 million. But
Did he have any other response?
He was broke.
He was broke. He can only get $1 million.
Maybe could get $1 million.
Based on your knowledge of the defendant and his practice as you've testified, did you accept that response that he was, quote, broke, end quote?
No, I didn't believe it at all.
Did you offer him any other sort of settlement, any sort of type of plan or anything like that?
If you're broke, I'm happy to work out a payment plan. You can make payments. You can convey Moselle. I knew he had Moselle. He got Moselle right after a big settlement in 2012. So that's 1,700 acres. Conveyed Moselle, convey the beach house. He still had the house in Hampton. And we'll work out a payment plan on the rest.
Did they reject that?
He did.
Having been told that the defendant is broke despite what you believe, did you have a response to them?
I did. In October, almost immediately after the mediation, I served some discovery. Again, it's a written question, and there are two different types. There's interrogatories where you ask a question, tell me where you bank. And then there could be requests for production, give me your bank records. Now, mine didn't say that, but I did. I sent discovery to...
And just real quick, we'll talk about discovery in a second, but generally, what is that response? He says, I'm broke. What are you saying in response?
There's no way. I mean, like I said, he has a spigot of money that's running. He's settling cases. He's got big cases. He's got lots of cases. He's got generational wealth. There's no way he's got 1,800 acres in Moselle. He's not broke by anybody's standards.
Did you ask the defense to, okay, show me the books, prove to me that you're broke?
I did.
And what was the response?
No.
So that led you to some discovery?
It led me to send discovery to get that information.
And specifically, what information as it relates to the defendant's books and the defendant's accounts are you talking about?
Well, it was broad, so it was broader than this, but what I was looking for was the institutions, the accounts, where he did his banking. Because if he was, in fact, broke, if his bank account says 0 or $5,000 or $7,000, It was because he was hiding it, in my opinion, at the time. So that's what I was looking for.
All right. And so you sent those discovery requests?
I did.
And did the defendant provide that information, or did they decline to provide that information?
They objected almost immediately.
And so did you then file some subsequent legal papers because they refused to provide the information about the defendant's accounts?
I did. I filed what's called a motion to compel, where I asked the judge to compel or make him give me the information.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 402, and just generally just see if you recognize this document. You flip through it real quick.
If you remember on the 404B hearing, Mark Tinsley was the one who pulled a paper out of his pocket. So actually, I've got the judge's order right here
with
under cross. That was pretty funny.
Which are his lawyer's responses, the objections to the questions.
All right. And what's the date on that document? The motion to compel.
The motion to compel was filed October the 16th, 2020.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 402 in evidence, I believe, subject only to a previous objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, can I have the screen over there, please? All right, this is State's 402, the one you just described, is that right?
That's right.
And that's the date on it right there?
Correct.
This is on direct. Wait for cross. That's where it's going to get spicy.
And I've turned over what's Exhibit B to this document. And is this some of that discovery asking for the defendant to identify his specific bank accounts that you were just describing?
That's right.
And can you just read number 1 right there? That's a question that you're asking the defendant to provide to you, correct?
Yeah. What you see there is the bold. The answer is, so this is, Alex Lawyer has retyped the questions that I sent. So that's the question that I wrote. Number 1, list all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, and any other accounts over which you had signature authority for maybe in any capacity, regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present. And then the answer is what his lawyer said, which is generally an objection that's overbroad, it's unduly burdensome, it's not relevant, doesn't have anything to do with it. So
they had objected, and you filed a motion to compel. And again, without too much detail, is a motion to compel to ask the judge in the civil case to force them to provide you this information.
That's right.
And if that motion, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, but if a motion to compel is successful and you had gotten the defendant to produce the identity of all accounts he had, what would have been your next step if you continued to follow that thread?
Well, so I knew some information. I would have verified that he was telling me the truth, right? So some things I'm verifying, but I would have ultimately sent subpoenas to the banks. And then I would have begun to subpoena the accounts. I mean, I know he's got a personal account. I know that the law firm's got accounts, but he's got these other entities, these partnerships and things. I didn't know if he had accounts there. So that would have been what would have happened next.
At this point in time, were you aware of any institutions that you believe the defendant had bank accounts at?
I knew about Palmetto State Bank, and I believe that I knew about Bank of America.
At this point in time, though, did you have any idea about all the stuff over there with the fake forge account and all this other stuff that the jury's heard about?
Not a clue.
But had you been successful, you would have sought to identify all accounts in his name and then reviewed those accounts. Is that correct?
Yeah, the subpoena to Bank of America wouldn't have said, give me the information for account 102 or whatever the number was. it would have been for all accounts that have his name on it, period, in any capacity. So it would have been very broad.
And to be fair, they could continue to object to subpoenas and that sort of thing, but this was, if you had to follow this thread, that was the tack that you were taking by filing this document. Is that correct?
That's exactly what it was, and I was doing it like you heard Chris Wilson talk about in that Mack truck case, that the defendant didn't want this to happen. Well, this is normal in a civil case. There's lots of times that defendants don't want certain things to happen, and so if they don't want it, that's what I want. And so I'm putting pressure where I can put pressure, and this is a place that I can put pressure. At the time, I think it's because he's making so much money, he doesn't really want us to know how much money he's making.
That motion's filed in October of 2020. Is there any hearing on that scheduled right away, or does that take sometimes a while for that kind of thing to happen?
It took a while. You know, COVID wasn't over, but the courts weren't really running. There were some courts, when the Chief Justice began to open the court system back up, they had to have some kind of COVID plan in place. Hampton wasn't one of them. This case had been specially assigned to a judge from Lancaster, and so there weren't any real opportunities to get the motion heard at that time.
You had initially described how you were, initially, what county did you file this lawsuit in?
I first filed the lawsuit in its first draft in Beaufort County.
Okay. And as we're moving to this time period, COVID slowed things around, you filed your motion to compel. Are you considering moving that to a different county?
We're not going to get crossed tonight.
By November, I've pretty well made up my mind that I'm going to move it back to Beaufort County. And it's not just that I'm moving it back, it's that Parker's also had a motion, so I could consent to its motion to move the case back.
I believe there are 4 or 5.
And so you're considering putting it in Beaufort at this point, is that right?
That's right.
And was that in part because the defense, or the defendant over there, believed that you couldn't get a verdict against him in Hampton County?
He was insistent.
As we move into early 2021, again, I don't want to get in for purposes of this trial for the specific discussion as it relates to other defendants, but had you started to reassess the decision to maybe take it to Beaufort County?
Yes. While I was in Florida, beginning in January, Mr. Parker, who owned Parker's Convenience Store, began to do a number of things that I thought would weigh against me going to Beaufort County.
And so did you communicate perhaps moving it or keeping it in Hampton County or moving it to Hampton County?
Not until I got back from my treatment in mid-April.
All right. Stand by for me real quick.
Yes, Tinsley on cross is a different beast altogether. This is a friendly questioning right now. When it becomes hostile, he still has this charm that he's presenting, the Southern charm, but you're going to hear some jabs just slid in there, all in the same breath type thing that are you have to listen for, and it starts building up, and it gets good.
Let me ask you this. You said you'd started considering moving it back to Hampton County because of some things that was happening with another defendant, that being the convenience store in Beaufort County, correct?
You said Hampton. I think you meant Beaufort.
Sorry. Let me rephrase that. You're in Beaufort at this point, correct?
No, I'm in Hampton. I filed it initially against Luther's, which was a bar after. So
thanks, Pete.
The kids launched a boat from Alex family place, Chichesi, and it's owned by family trust, Murdaugh Family Trust. Maybe there are two properties and there's two trusts. So I sued Alex's father, I sued the trust, because there could have been that alcohol was provided there. It turned out it wasn't. But the kids drank and launched the boat from there. And then they went to an oyster roast. I sued the people who had the oyster roast. From there, they went to a bar called Luther's where Paul had 2 shots. And so I sued Luther's and I sued Alec. And I'm not 100% certain in that first lawsuit whether I sued Buster or not, but I ultimately did sue Buster.
You were describing you were in April 2021. Had you at that point had some thought process that you communicated to the defense about having the case in Hampton?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it because of some of those things with that other defendant that you had mentioned?
So
Without getting into the specifics.
It was. And the motions were coming up. I mean, it was, I've been gone for 4 months or whatever it is, 4.5 months. And so the motions are set to be heard. And there are a number of motions. Parker, as I said, had filed this motion to transfer the case to Beaufort before I left.
Pretty much all of South Carolina got sued in that suit. Anybody that has money was
As you're
named.
thinking about, as we're in April of 2021 and you're thinking about putting it in Hampton, you were still concerned, though, about a case against the defendant in Hampton County, his home county, correct?
I think you're still getting Beaufort and Hampton mixed up, but so not exactly. I was.
All right. Well, you explain it
Okay,
to me.
I'll explain. There were a number of reasons that I wanted the case in Beaufort. I had substantial evidence. One of the things that we didn't talk about was when you have a 17, 18, 19-year-old girl, which I have, she constantly has her phone and she's constantly taking videos. And so one of the things that I discovered is that Paul's girlfriend had tons of videos of alcohol, family trips, videos of Paul drinking in front of his parents, videos of him grossly intoxicated. And so that evidence I shared with Alex lawyers as well leading up to it. I didn't share it. They didn't serve the same discovery on me because they didn't want the other defendant, Greg Parker's, to have it at that time because they were so entrenched in that there was some sort of venue-friendly lawsuit going on between Alec and myself, but there wasn't.
Okay. As you're considering all these issues, did you ever convey to the defense any issue about suing any other defendants in Beaufort County if you felt like your case was not getting a fair shake in Hampton County?
So once I made the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for the day.
Good timing on that camel call.
9:30 tomorrow morning. Please not discuss the case.
All right, so here we go. Tinsley will continue tomorrow morning for Friday. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. We've got some people that really don't like him.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Tinsley's up there on the stand laughing right now. So look at this. He's up there having a good chuckle, talking with the court clerk. He's super comfortable there. The jury's being dismissed. Let's see if we have any business here before we get dismissed for the day. It was perfect timing, CG. Good call. Give us just a minute. We might get some audio back. Here we go. Nope.
Nature of the objection.
Your Honor, as I understand this, the relevance of this under the state's theory is financial pressure due to he said $10 million that he expected the defendant to pay These details about interactions with other defendants.
You're going to call for mistrial here.
The relevance is just not apparent.
And then there's getting.
Your Honor, through my questions, I've been trying to minimize getting into the weeds on that. I believe the response that the witness, I'm happy to proffer an answer to that particular question, is communicating to the defense that he, intended to sue Maggie and Paul in Beaufort County if he detected anything that he thought in Hampton County that was untoward. And I think that that's specifically relevant to the specific pressures that were rising on this defendant in April of 2021.
There's a lawsuit.
I think you could have asked him that question, but I agree with the defense. You've said you're not trying to get in the weeds, but you're far into the weeds, into the other case, and I sustain the objection. And we will resume at 9:30. Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor.
Mistrial. Here's what's going to call.
At some point in this case, the defense will have the opportunity to call witnesses. I'm not sure when that's going to be.
When you stop interrupting.
A number of our
lengthy
witnesses, when I say
objections.
a number, at least 4, perhaps 5, are from out of state. They're experts, so it's prohibitively expensive for us to just fly them in and have them sit somewhere for a week or two. I wonder if we could require the state, is there some end to their
We all
case
want
that
this.
they predict will happen within, and because, Your Honor, if they tell us they're going to end on, I mean, it's sort of the reverse, they tell us they're going to end on 10 days from today, and they end 8 days from today, we won't have witnesses to put up. So we delay the court. So, and it's not. I've talked to the Attorney General several times, and he has been unable to predict to me when that might happen. I thought perhaps, and I'm not asking he do that right now, but perhaps he could, Your Honor, it would ask him, he could like consult with his team and think about when that might happen. And again, I'm only asking so that we don't say, we don't have a witness here. They're in Chicago or Connecticut or whatever, because they have to book flights and they have to, I'm not whining, I'm just saying to some specific.
Reasonable request, I certainly understand.
I don't do that much, thank you.
I believe, and I think the defense counsel will have to concede, I've been very accommodating at what our next day's schedule is and trying to provide that.
Hands
I've
up,
tried
don't
my
shoot.
best to communicate with the defense, and I think he would have to concede.
Yeah, but he's not worried about that part. He wants to know, when are you going to be through?
Well, I think
And I'm not the only one.
And I told, and he says I didn't tell him, and I told him that, right now I'm thinking at the latest midweek next week is what I was thinking. I told him that earlier today. And again, Your Honor understands these are fluid. Objection can happen, cross-examination happens, and camera proceedings can happen, but that is what I told him.
Does that give you a sufficient idea?
I can't give you an idea, but if, as this process goes on, they decide they need to, I mean, again, I accused him of gilding the lily and piling on. It's apparently instinctive. I'm not criticizing it. It's his case.
That's an insult.
I am criticizing it. It's his
You are.
case. But I just, and he has every day when I've asked him, who you calling tomorrow? Been 100% cooperative, and we're going to do the same for him. But as we proceed through tomorrow, and he thinks he's going to be done midweek, Wednesday of next week.
That's my best assessment right now, yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to structure a plan where we have available witnesses Wednesday, Thursday that we don't have to fly in, but it may be the following week before we can get those folks here, if that makes some sense. I mean, I'm just...
I understand. Well,
The judge is going to work with them.
we'll need to address it as we go, and I think maybe reassess things. And give you some lead time.
I'm in no way criticizing Mr. Waters. I want to say that. I understand it's a fluid situation. I've been where he is. I spent 12 years as a prosecutor. I know how difficult it is to project these things. Having said that, we've been here a little bit longer than I thought we were going to be. We projected a 3-week trial. We're now 3 weeks, or tomorrow will be 3 weeks, and our case is going to take, we think, at least a week. So
we're at 4.5 weeks.
If you've rented or set aside hotel rooms for a 3 or 4 week trial, it's probably best to make provisions. And we're going to try to pare that back. We think the jury...
All the Airbnbs just got booked up for an additional week.
What they heard 3 weeks ago, the further we go on.
Okay, we'll just revisit the issue perhaps on a daily basis and see how we're going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Okay, I've got a picture to show here as the judge leaves. This is from Ivan. Let me make sure I've got it set up. Who sent a pet pic as well and gave me permission. Ivan's dog smiles for the picture there. Wanted to share that as well. I'm not sure if Ivan got to see that. I think he's headed off to the store. So I apologize, Ivan, if I didn't get to show that while you were here. Maybe you'll catch it on the replay, or at least be able to hear from other people that I did show your picture. So thank you very much. Okay, so we're done out of the court for today. We've still got Tinsley on the stand. He's going to be there tomorrow as well for some more direct, and then it's going to go to cross. I think we're actually pretty close to hearing it go to cross. I imagine an hour or so most on direct tomorrow morning before we get cross for him. Depending on how far the judge has already told him not to go into the weeds any further, so I think that sort of curtails any additional questioning, because obviously, Creighton wants to get in everything he can, to make him look bad. But as far as Alex Murdaugh goes, bars and tone, thank you very much. Mute now. It is muted. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you for that. The Brady motion was filed. What you're talking about? I thought they were going to ask for a mistrial because of the information that came up just at the end of testimony from Tinsley. I thought that into the weeds part that they objected to that was sustained. Maybe there'll be a motion in the morning because of that, as they look back and say, yeah, that's grounds. Did I post the pic of your horse and dog? I don't think I have yet, Nicole, unless you sent it last night. I did 107 pics as we did our pet roll call, sort of claim your pet moment this morning instead of roll call this morning. So I think I showed just about everyone's that I got yesterday. I do have some more to show that are not. Sorry, we'll watch Mr. Murdaugh come out of the courtroom here briefly. We'll show some more pet pics, the ones I missed. Tonight. Don't resend your pet pics that we already have. I'm going to just try to catch up on the ones I've got. But let's see. So I don't see Ivan. Oh, there he is. Heard my name on listen mode. Thank you. Okay, Ivan, we showed the picture. We showed the picture of your pup. It looks great. It's an attack puppy. Well loved. I can tell you that. Well loved. Got lots of pictures of that. Let's see. You're late for dinner at the home. Dick Vamos. Hurry. You guys, we just barely beat the bars and tone. It's sending it right now. So thank you for the reminder. I muted it. It's not coming through. I can show you that it's there. This is what it looks like. We just about had that. Go back to see. There's his paperwork. And here he is. Coat over the wrist to show that he is shackled, because he is not shackled to the ankles, but he's handcuffed. Let's see. Alec went to the Bahamas. Yes, he did, Natural Empress. He took a trip to the Bahamas. I think he chartered a plane, like a private limo plane service, and stayed at the Bahamas, and then tried to bill it to a client after the settlement dates. It was bizarre, and so his company had to reimburse that. It is super windy outside. Maybe where you are, Jenny says. Looks pretty calm here. Oh, the van was ready to go. Hopefully he's got his seatbelt on. I think that's his own duty once he's back there, to get your own seatbelt on. But and he's off. I think he's got quite a bit of a trip back to jail. Somebody told me it was like a 100-mile trip. Is that accurate? That he has a huge commute to the courthouse every morning? Let's see. Ivan popped back in because we heard his name. Okay. I'm terrible and was busy this morning, so missed. If you showed my Maggie, I'll have to watch what I missed. Yeah, just watch the rewind on the morning's show. It was just the first half hour. We got through about 107 pets, 109 maybe, I think. It's 100 miles one way. crazy. Let's see. Yep, 100 miles. That's a long drive. Maybe he can read some of his papers while he's on the commute. He is in a cage. Yes, it's a protective cage where he can't get out unless they let him out. Does anyone know why the kinky pink cuffs instead of plain silver? AJ, I think when officers arrest somebody and take them to the jail, they might have their own cuffs, and sometimes they change them out. So if they have their own pair, there's a pair that belongs to like the courthouse just for intake or something like that. They might be painted that way, and pink is just like an insult. It's sort of like the pink jail outfits that the sheriff out of, I think it was Arizona, gave people. I think it's just funny that way. Sometimes they use the pink stuff for women's prison to indicate which side of the jail certain equipment belongs to. But I think it's just a funny thing they like to do. Let's see. A gilded lily cage. Did you hear that North Carolina is supposed to get snow Sunday? Roxy, unless it comes up from the south, it's usually inconsequential. But that just means that Saturday, Sam's Club is going to be sold out of water, and they're going to be sold out of milk. They're going to be sold out of bread and toilet paper. It's all going to be sold out if there's going to be an inch of snow on the ground. That's what happens here. Seems like they could put him in a local jail during the trial. I don't think they have the capability to handle the high-profile case like this. Okay. I'm wondering who has left as witnesses for the prosecution. Michelle, I don't know. I think the total witness list was 255 people or something like that. We've probably heard from about 40 is my guess. That might be a little bit high. Maybe 35, 40 in that range. I don't think it's at Plush Jail. I think it's just at a larger facility. Didn't they move him to Colvin County Jail, I heard, and he was listed as an inmate there? And that might be the case. That would be a much shorter commute. Have a great night, Kevin. Thanks for being here. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate you. Super windy in Ohio. My sheriff husband applauded you and your accuracy. Thank you, Nicole. I'm glad I got it right. I have done a little work with a sheriff at a previous residence. I did some filming, got to go through some trainings and see behind the scenes and stuff, and it was a lot of fun. Got a lot of access that I didn't think I'd get, and he was super nice to let me do that. So that's where I get my limited knowledge from. I'm glad that you can account for it. Thank you again for all you do. Mods are amazing. Lady Writer, they are incredible. But honestly, they have the easiest job in the world because you guys are the most amazing community. This makes their job super easy. You guys are so much fun. We like to joke around a little bit and have some fun, and it's just amazing. It's amazing to be part of it. I'd never let him use his personal cuffs for inmates. I'd never use them with him again. Thanks, Nicole. We might have to just leave it at that. Are you saying he has pink ones? Is that what I'm asking? Can't to prison locally because they have small bars. Murdaugh could trade some of his candles for extra ramens at jail. It's windy in Michigan. Who's in Ohio? You need wind up there in Ohio to blow that toxic cloud somewhere. I wonder where it's going. If Alex is found innocent of this crime, will the defendant have to stay in jail? Yes, Michelle. He's in custody right now on a different case, not necessarily this one. Although I don't know, he probably wouldn't be able to make bond on this one either. I think he's being held without bond on this one. So if he's found not guilty here, I think the previous custody involving the roadside shooting, I think that's the one where he's being held for. He's in Richlands County Jail, according to Christy. What's the distance, Christy, on that from the courthouse here? Twisted Branches, bedtime here, going to be 3 hours late tomorrow. I'll catch up when I get home. How Twisted, you're going to miss, you're probably going to miss a lot of the cross with Tinsley, so you might have to definitely watch it. It will be fun on 2x speed for sure. It's going to be some fireworks going off. This is the best trial watching group on YouTube. Thank you, Beautiful Waterfall. It would not be the same without you. Appreciate you being here. North Carolina snow. I'm glad I got my spicy maple bourbon pickles today. Who needs water? Pickles are what counts. Thank you. They definitely are. I wholeheartedly endorse this message. Cheers to Recovery Addict for another successful stream. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for all the commentary and information throughout this. For the few people that don't know, Matthew Harris is our resident lawyer. We have several lawyers in chat, but he's our resident lawyer, one of the first to join, and has just been a great support on the channel. So we try to show him some love as well. He has his own YouTube channel where he puts out videos. A lot of them are short format that you can watch really quickly, and I'd highly recommend you do that. You can click on his link. We can put it up in chat and go to his link when we're done here. And there we go. The camera's tipping over, so I'll spare you that dizziness. Anyway, he's got some great stuff, and he comes out with new stuff every week. Mostly. I think it's every week. Is that your schedule, Matthew? Creative B, hope I can be here tomorrow for the cross. I have to take my mom somewhere. Debbie, hope everything goes well. Drive safe. We'll be here when you get back. Why are we looking at empty parking space? Because I wasn't watching what I was showing on the screen. I'm sorry, Grumpy Cat. I thought you had my view, and instead I was showing the outside the courthouse. No buffering today, just saying. Adam, yeah, you did a great job. Great job owning the internet. Adam did win. Adam is in IT. He does IT. I will, little brag here. I fixed little Mrs. Internet from here over the phone with just a quick photograph of what she was dealing with. Got a cabling issue sorted out. So I did a little IT work myself, Adam. But great work today owning the internet. You do have the overnight shift as well. So if anybody needs anything, go ahead and reach out to Adam for his contact info so he can help you any hour of the day or night until we go live again tomorrow morning. What if they're letting Alec look at his notes and files to make notes on the trip back to jail? CG, no, they're not actually. The notes and files go into the front of the vehicle, and he goes back in the cage. The cage separates him from the front, so he doesn't have access to the driver or passenger seats. And so on that count, no, he doesn't get any reading. Probably because they need to check it when he goes back to jail, not for content. They're not going to be reading it. That's privileged information, but they'll check to make sure there isn't, like a little nail file or, some special candy or something that got slipped in there. Let's see. See you all tomorrow. See you, Christy. I'm in East Tennessee, but grew up in Ohio, says Heather. And Heather, I think you sent me a picture of you and your dad as well. An awesome picture. Thank you for that. See, no worries. Be here tomorrow to entertain the chat as usual. Thank you, One Man's View. Love that. I love all the opinions that are shared, and the fact that you guys do so in a civilized way. That we're not like calling names and going for each other's throats. It's a lot of fun. Lives in Ohio 3 times, says Kelly. 3 times. Are you currently there? Do you regret each time you move there or each time you move away? That's sort of what I'm implying there. Okay, I think I've answered most of the questions. Let's see. I sent my pup to the burner. Izzy is her name, says Chris. Let me peek here. It's hard for me to transfer stuff over because I have to turn off my switcher control. I think I've got it. Chris. We're going to try to catch up on all the pets that I missed yesterday morning that came in and do them tomorrow morning. So we'll do another pet roll call tomorrow to finish it off for Friday, just in honor of the fact that we're going to have an amazing day in court with Tinsley still on the stand and the cross going as well. The GoFundMe that was mentioned just picked up another $2,000 since it was mentioned in court, or I think it was around 10,000 or just below 10,000 when it was first mentioned. It's now over 12,000. This is the GoFundMe for the caretaker of Alex Murdaugh's mom, the one that Tinsley donated $1,000 to. So that's awesome. That gets all that attention. I'm sure that's going to climb tonight as well. Love evening, addicts. See you in the AM. Ritz, we will see you then as well. Daughter's a travel nurse in Chattanooga right now. Thanks to our newest mod, Calypson's Vixen, a.k.a. Amber. Amber did a great job today. We have several document hands that really just step up and help us out just a ton on the channel and keep me informed as to things that you guys want to know about. So thanks to all of you, whether you're a mod or not, that do that. Let's see. Now I'm soon off to Germany. Kelly, have fun in Germany. I assume it's a pleasure trip or work related. Okay. Getting a few more pictures. I think we're getting some more. Let's see. Oh, Heather says share the picture. Okay. I will share that one. I wasn't sure if you wanted that one shared or not. I think you actually said that I was welcome to do that when I first read it. Let's see. Takes a minute to transfer things over. So Heather, there's your picture, Heather, and it says, let me read the comment that goes with this one. Just one second. This is my father who has early onset dementia. He moved in with me, my husband, and 4 kids. So it's a full house, but he loves being with family. Maybe a pic you can share next time. We're Buckeye fans because we grew up in Ohio, but have lived in East Tennessee for more than 20 years now, never going back north. I represent my team from down south forever. And that was from Heather Barnett. Awesome. Thank you very much for the picture. Thanks for sharing that. That is awesome. Looks great. I hope you enjoy many more games together. That's just really cool. Let's see. We have, let's see. I think we have everything. I think we're ready to play the music. It's been a full day. It's been a full day. So I'm ready for a little bit of snack. I'm not sure what Mrs. Ari has cooking up tonight. It might be something new that I've never tried before, but it's usually really, really good. Thank you, Mods Recovering Addicts. This YouTube channel is the best. Everyone have a great day. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Teresa, as well. You guys are incredible. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we meet again in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have about half an hour of Claim Your Pet moments. Only because I can't put the names and read the messages. I just don't have a good way to do that. So I'm going to post the pictures, and when you see your pet, just go ahead and shout it out in chat. We'll try to follow and make sure everyone knows the names and whose pet belongs to who. But once they're all claimed, we'll move on to court case, which starts at 9:30. We'll continue with Mr. Tinsley, as it's going to get spicy on the cross. I just know it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you for being here. This is the best job in the world, and you guys make that possible. So my heart goes out to you guys. Love you all. Please stay safe. We'll see you in the morning.